wonderful, lovely journey wherein we are all going to be engaging, participating, sharing ideas. But I'm not going to be taking you on this journey alone. I've got my co-pilot here. That is our HOD for Mpumalanga. That is our HOD, the head of Department for Economic Development and Tourism in Mpumalanga. We will be sharing this, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, that our theme for today is a very interesting one, is that we will be empowering consumers while we balance the rights. So before I start and handing over to my colleague, let us just, as if it's really a very important call, would simply say, please just, there are these exit doors next to you. We have 1, 2, 3 in each side wherein you exit so that you can take important calls. All our bathrooms this side, on either your left or your right, please use them. And please, in case of emergency, as we said, you have all these doors.
Regional Spruit, but I was saying to my colleagues, I'm from White River. As I was leaving White River, it was pouring. Then I was surprised that as I'm driving through to Nelspruit, it's a bit have opened for us. Still coming, which is a sign that the heavens have opened for us. As we start, I think it will be proper for us to stand and sing the national anthem so that we officially open this ceremony. Can we all stand? Anyone who can lead us with the national anthem? Nkosi sikeleli Afrika maluphakanyisu phondo lwayo yizwa imithanda lwayo murena buluka sitshaba sa Yesu ufedise dintwali matshwenyeho usibulu South Africa edi blow fan onze mel edi deep te fan onsie woronsie Commissioner from the National Consumer Commission, Commissioner Hadin Ratchitutu, to come and warmly welcome us. Can we encourage him with a hand of applause as he ascends the stage?
Thank you, program directors. We're really truly privileged to have the Deputy Commissioner of the National Consumer Commission, Ms. Tessie Mahuza, and Head of Department of Economic Development and Tourism of Mpumalanga Province, Ms. Imi Sarakalala. I think give them a round of applause for encouragement so that they finish with energy. Sanbonani, good morning. Awusheni, Urini, Molweni, Dumelang. Okay, you are still alive. Where are the students? Why are these? So good morning and welcome to the land of the rising sun, Mpumalanga. It is fitting that this event is hosted here in Mbombela. So thank you, MEC, for Mpumalanga Economic Development and Tourism, Honorable Nkosazana Masilela, MEC for Free State Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mr. Getso Makume, MMC for City Planning in Bombela, Mr. Morris Mazivane on behalf of the mayor. I know that they are in a meeting. They will be joining us a bit later. Vice Chancellor of our host, the University of Mpumalanga, Professor Toko Maekiso. HOD for Free State Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism and Environmental Department, Dr. Godfrey Nokwetu. Acting HOD, Economic Development in the Limpopo Economic Development Department, representatives from all provinces, representatives of the Department of Trade, Industry, Competition, Mr. Klaas Mukaba, who's Director, Advocacy and Policy, regulators present here today. We do have a number of regulators with us. So first is the National Consumer Commission, the Competition Commission. I saw Mr. Andy Legwabeni from the Office of the Commissioner, various executives from the National Consumer Commission, Council for Medical Schemes, they are here with us. The National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications, I think Mr. Matsiwe is there with us. National Credit Regulator, South African Bureau of Standards, Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, National Energy Regulator of South Africa, Financial Services Conduct Authority. We have ombuds represented here today. I saw the Consumer Goods and Services Ombud right there with the CEO, Ms. Queen Munyai, and the Ombud, Lee Sobrati, who's been with us for the whole week. The Motor Industry Ombuds is also here. The National Financial Ombud, Credit Ombud, Consumer Protection Forum. Our esteemed panelists, stakeholders, business, sponsors, practitioners, academics, students, Vice Chancellor, I assume student leaders will be here, so I have not seen them, but I just say student leaders. I hope you are here. Consumers in general, colleagues, all protocol observed. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this very important gathering as we celebrate the 2025 World Consumer Rights Day. Today, we come together to recognize the power and importance of consumer rights in shaping fair, transparent, and sustainable markets. Each year, this day serves as a global reminder that consumer rights are not just policies on paper, but essential pillars of a just and ethical society. Whether it's the right to safety, the right to be informed, or the right to choose, protecting consumer rights ensures a marketplace that benefits everyone. World Consumer Rights Day, first observed in 1983, has become a key event for promoting consumer awareness. This year's global theme, determined by the Consumer International for World Consumer Rights Day, a just transition to sustainable lifestyles, emphasizes the need to make sustainable choices accessible and affordable for all consumers. However, the South African Consumer Protection Authorities, under the banner of the Consumer Protection Forum, coined a South African theme, empowering consumers, balancing rights with ethical business practices, which resonates with the challenges faced by the South African consumers. The theme seeks to educate businesses about their legislative responsibilities, whilst raising awareness and education amongst consumers on their rights and responsibilities as well. Each year brings different challenges challenges in the consumer protection space, it has always been our view, as it is our mandate, that no consumer should be subjected to unfair and unconscionable practices from unscrupulous suppliers. We need to empower consumers to know their rights. In recent times, the consumer protection space has witnessed multiple enforcement operations targeting at preventing illicit goods and substandard food products from being sold to unsuspecting consumers, underscoring the urgent need to address this widespread issue to safeguard public health and rights. The most burning issue in the South African consumer protection space lies in the manufacturing, distribution, and consumption of non-compliant goods. Recent inspections on local spaza shops in various communities have revealed expired foods items on shelves, prompting their removal and destruction. MEC, in this vein, we therefore started with market monitoring activities in the beginning of the week in KwaMhlanga, Tonga View machine inspections. These were the joint operation with regulators, the SAPS, EHPs, and all other provincial authorities. It is important that we continue with this work given the recent spate of foodborne illnesses affecting the most vulnerable consumers in our society, our children. Today's commemoration is more than just an event. It is a platform for ideas and collaboration. This is reinforced by the planned panel discussions, which will explore topics such as food safety and sustainability, emerging consumer trends in the digital age, and fair digital market, financial marketplace, and consumer protection to engage in these discussions. As we embark on today's discussions, let us remember that empowering consumers means empowering societies. Together, we can build a future where fairness, sustainability, and responsibility guide every business and policy decision. This requires that the ecosystems of consumer protection in the country function optimally. This event today signifies this. I extend my sincere gratitude to our distinguished speakers, policymakers, consumer advocates, and industry leaders who have joined us. Your voices and insights are instrumental in driving meaningful change. Thank you, and I wish you all an insightful and inspiring World Consumer Rights Day. So thank you very much.
Can we give him a warm hand of applause, please? Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think we all now understand why we are here. And none of us can say we are not consumers. We are all consumers. Whatever we ate this morning, we had to buy somewhere, or someone had to provide that service for us. Whatever we are wearing, whatever gadget we are using, so each one of us is a consumer. So today, in short, we are here actually to celebrate ourselves, because when we celebrate World Consumer Rights Day, we are celebrating our own rights. I want to call our next speaker a woman that is at the helm of this institution, and she's been at the helm of this institution since the year 2014. I'm sure all of you, especially those that never set foot at the University of Mpumalanga, when you came in here, I'm sure you were all very impressed. We are actually very proud of this woman who has done so well. Prof. Mayekiso, every time I interact with people who are actually within the field of psychology, I always become skeptical, because I've been advised that those that are in the field of psychology, they have got a way of analyzing your behavior and making certain conclusions that even you yourself, you may not be aware of. But I want us to really for affording us to come and host this prestigious event at the University of Mpumalanga. And I want us to give her a warm hand of applause as she does the opening for this ceremony. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Program Director. Sanibonani, Dumelang, Ausheni, Loshani, Dimasheroni, Molweni. Good morning, Goeiemorgen, Namaste, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by recognizing the presence of the Honorable MEC for the Mpumalanga Province, Honorable Ms. Masilela, for economic development and tourism, and also recognize the presence of the Honorable MEC for economic development from the Free State Province, Honorable Mafume. The MMC for planning in Bombela, Mr. Mazibane. The Acting Commissioner of the National Consumer Commission, Mr. Ratsi Susu. The Honorable Economic Development HOD, Ms. Serakala, who is one of our program directors, and the Deputy Commissioner for National Consumer Commission, Ms. Mabuza. We have representatives of DTI, led by Mr. Klaas Makuba. We have CEOs of entities, business, the Consumer Protection Forum, and a number of regulators, as well as sponsors. The media, of course, is present with us, and ladies and gentlemen, with that, let me say, protocol observed. It gives me great pleasure to share with you a few opening remarks this morning on the occasion of the World Consumer Rights Day 2025 with the theme Empowering Consumers, Balancing Rights with Ethical Business Practices. On behalf of the University of Mpumalanga, I would like to express our appreciation for the opportunity to host this important event. It is indeed an honor for UMP as a new university to host this auspicious event. We value such experiences as part of our pioneering journey, Luhambo lwenhlanhlandlela. To those of you coming from outside the province of Mpumalanga, welcome to Mpumalanga, the place of the rising sun. The rays of the sun are a powerful symbol for the university, representing life, warmth, and energy. The warmth is not only of the province, but of the people generally. As the University of Mpumalanga, we love our location and would not want to exchange it for anything. The hosting of this event could not have come at a better time for the University of Mpumalanga. We have enrolled 11,750 students in 78 programs ranging from higher certificate to doctoral degree. Not so long ago, we celebrated our 10th anniversary since the establishment of the university and the commencement of the academic project in February 2014 under the theme, A Decade of Excellence and Creating Opportunities. The celebrations provided us with the opportunity to reflect on the pioneering journey Luhambo lwemhlahlandlela traveled over the past 10 years and drew lessons from it, as well as derived aspirations for the next 10 years and beyond. The university has achieved excellence in all its commissions of teaching and learning, research and innovation, and engagement. There is a clear alignment between today's event and the strategic direction of our institution. Our vision as the UMP is to be an African university leading in creating opportunities for sustainable development through innovation. We are guided in our ventures by the following values: excellence, integrity, diversity, collaboration, adaptability, relevance, and inspiration. A number of our values find expression at this event. Let me just mention two of the values. The first one being integrity, which we describe as follows: at all times and in all situations, the actions and interactions of the university will be characterized by undeviating honesty, by utmost fairness, caring for one another as fellow human beings, and treating one another with utmost respect. When we address students, we simplify this value by explaining it as follows: doing the right thing when no one sees you. Our aim, therefore, is the establishment of an ethical culture at UMP so that all decisions and interactions are undertaken in an ethical manner. The second value is collaboration, which we describe as follows: as an engaged institution, the University of Mpumalanga will actively seek out opportunities for collaboration with all its stakeholders in maximizing the development of human potential and socio-economic development. We are committed to using the university's knowledge assets to actively and creatively promote a vibrant economic, social, and political democracy in which all sections of society, particularly the poor, can find a meaningful place in society. We strongly believe that knowledge and skills are key assets to enable effective advancement and deepening of the quality and scope of democratic life in the world. The empowerment of consumers is no small matter. There is an urgent need out there for policies that are consumer-centric. There is an imperative to ensure that the public is made aware about the importance of applying business models and innovative approaches that are based on consumer rights and principles. The consumer needs to be protected from unsafe, unfair, dishonest, and unethical practices. The global marketplace driven by digitization leaves consumers in a vulnerable state. Your leadership, therefore, is crucial to ensure that consumers are safe and protected. A glance at the program indicates that you will be addressing issues of relevance to the consumer, such as food safety, emerging consumer, e-commerce, online privacy, data protection, online transactions, vulnerability of consumers, fraudulent investment, cryptocurrency, and much more. Practices like the following will help us on the journey to protect consumers and to empower them. Studying carefully the challenge of building resilient and regenerative food markets. Fair trade practices. Fair practices in the various markets. Unlocking healthy and sustainable diets. Putting the consumers at the heart of the just transition. In conclusion, you are therefore wished deliberations that are fruitful and enriching. My wish is that you will bring your collective insights to bear on issues of profound significance to the consumers and emerge at the end of the day inspired to continue with the important task of empowering consumers and advocating for ethical business practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, really give another round of applause to the Vice-Chancellor. Thank you, ma'am. You know, the one thing that we got reminded is about, integrity and business that has to be ethical. But you know, the one thing that I liked about the closing remarks is us leaving this place being energized to actually face the challenge ahead of us. You know, as this year's theme is all about empowering consumers, balancing rights with ethical business practices. This reminds us that consumer protection is not just about enforcing regulations, it's about creating an ecosystem where businesses and consumers thrive together in a mutual respect and in fairness. This calls for collaboration of relevant entities in both standards and also our mediators and also our regulators. Please allow me to call one of our stalwarts. She's a lady actually that was in the pillar or in the forefront of Ombuds when the Consumer Goods and Services Ombuds was established. She sat there actually as, I don't know, she started there as kind of like a secretary and doing everything herself. And you know, when you look at the strides that have been made by the Consumer Goods and Services Ombuds, you could see the dedication and the willingness by people that really want to make a difference in people's life and bringing mediation to the level of the consumers wherein they didn't have to jump the hoops of going to the courts. Allow me to invite to the podium our CEO of the Consumer Goods and Services Ombuds, Ms. Queen Munyai. Ma'am, come take the podium.
Good morning. Dimasiari kana dimacheroni. Lord Chan, it's a pleasure for me to be here this morning. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for the warm welcome. In fact, it takes me to, thank you very much. Thank you. 12 years ago, in fact, I think to be precise, when the Consumer Goods and Services Ombud was launched in South Africa, and I think for my sins, I'm still here to see it through when we make sure that the consumer rights are taken care of. It's a pleasure to be part of this occasion. I want to acknowledge all the dignitaries that are here, the MEC, the Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, HOD, and all protocols, VC also, and all protocols observed. So today we gather here to celebrate the World Consumer Rights Day under the theme of empowering consumer and balancing the rights and ethical business practices, which is one of the key responsibilities that as the Consumer Goods and Services Ombud, we are set up to do, to balance exactly the two, that we make sure that businesses are following the right legislation and ethically so, and making sure that all the transactions that are happening within the South African space are regulated and are followed accordingly. So I'm just we've already been introduced. I want to acknowledge the Ombudsman also in our midst, Mr. Lee Subrati. These are some of the team members. Some are sitting next to you there, and some are not here, but some of us have been, and the Food Staff and Cosmetic Disinfectant Act, to mention just a few. So those are the, in terms of talking about the frameworks which are applicable in South Africa. Those are part of that. And under the regulatory bodies, we have the National Consumer Commission, as you've heard. We have the National Consumer Tribunal, credit regulators, NRCS, medical schemes, and the South African Bureau of Standard Advertising Board, and the like. So currently in South Africa, we have two promulgated codes, which is the Motor Industry Ombud, which is MIOSA, which came into effect in October 2014, and then the Consumer Goods and Services Ombud code, which also was accredited in March 2015. From 2013 to 2015, we operated as a voluntary scheme, as you've heard, and in 2015, it became law when the code was then promulgated. It became law that all the businesses that are operating within the goods and services industry are now are required to sign up and be members or participants to this code in which I'm talking about today. In terms of the Section 82 of the Consumer Protection Act, it says that the minister by regulation may prescribe an industry code on recommendation of the commission, or they can withdraw all the part of the previous prescribed industry code. And this is how this code came into being. The industry came together and drafted a code which was then submitted to the National Consumer Commission, and it was, after gazetting, it was then submitted to the minister and it got promulgated. So this is now the code that I'm talking about, which is now compulsory and no longer voluntary. So the code is applicable to all participants in the industry. And you have seen through some of the work that has been done during the week in the province, where in some of the inspectors and different regulatory bodies were going around doing inspections to see if there is compliance in the marketplace, and particularly here in Mpumalanga. So unless the complaints or that particular body is regulated elsewhere, it becomes compulsory that all businesses within goods and services do comply and register and be part of the Consumer Goods and Services Ombud. So as you were walking around, you probably saw some of the decals. When they sign up, when businesses sign up with the code or with the Consumer Goods and Services Ombud, we give them the decals, which I appeal that as you walk around in malls or in shops, look out for those decals, because This is the sign that shows that the particular business upholds the provision of the code in which we operate under. And I would like to quote a little bit of what the previous commissioner said in 2015 on the same day, on the 15th of March 2019, when we were celebrating, or where the celebration of the World Consumer Rights was happening, where he said that, and as part of the speech that he was giving, that to this end, the NCC resolved to promote the establishment to quick and cost-effective redress. And you would have heard when the Deputy Commissioner said that we have different bodies, and the Consumer Goods and Services Ombudsman is part of the ADR, or those bodies that are free to consumers. When consumers lodge complaints, they can approach the CGSO as the first call of escalation. And that is one of the cost-effective because it is free to consumers, although for suppliers there's a small fee that they need to pay in order to get the office running. So the mandate of the Consumer Goods and Services Ombudsman is to raise the standard of good conduct in the industry, which is part of the theme of today, to make sure that we are balancing redress for consumers and also ethical conduct in the business. So how do we do that? When suppliers sign up to the code, one of our mandate is to help them or guide them on how to apply the Consumer Protection Act. And that is done for free to all the suppliers, irrespective of size. When they sign up, we take them through the Consumer Protection Act training, and we do it all across. One of the other responsibilities is to also train and make consumers be aware of their rights. And we believe that when consumers know their rights, they will start to demand it when they go to the marketplace. And it will also put pressure on the business side to make sure that they follow what the Consumer Protection Act says. And in addition to that, we offer guidance to the participants and educating of the suppliers on how to apply the Consumer Protection Act. This is now the CPA redress framework which is applicable in South Africa. What is required is that when a consumer is unhappy with the goods that they have purchased in South Africa, they are required to approach the supplier where they bought those goods or the supplier who gave them the services. Only when they are unhappy with the outcome of the complaint, they then escalate to an ADR or the ombuds like ourselves, or the motor industry ombud, or the national financial ombud if the complaint is financial related or relating to a bank or an insurance company. Where mediation fails, this is now the space in which the Consumer Goods and Services Ombudsman operates. What we do, we mediate those complaints between the consumer and the supplier for an amicable solution. Where mediation fails, then we would then escalate to the National Consumer Commission. And as the regulator, they have the powers to investigate. And during the process of us mediating these complaints, if we pick up that there are trends, then we also report them to the NCC so that they can investigate. And then those are the other bodies that exist, the National Consumer Tribunal and the courts. And last night we were launching one of the courts, the provincial courts here in Mpumalanga, which falls under those bodies that are there, or the bodies that exist in order to make sure that consumer rights are followed through. Each body has responsibilities. As the Consumer Goods and Services Ombudsman, we do not have adjudicative powers. What we do is to mediate and make recommendations to the suppliers. Where that fails, then the next level will be the Consumer Commission. So I just want to show you a little bit, 2 more slides before I sit down that shows some of the statistics and the type of complaints that we have seen. Since inception, the CGSO has received queries which are over 83,000 through our call center. We have a call center where you can phone in and speak in your own language, and we'll be able to assist you. We also have an app in which you can download through your phone. They are there on your cell phones. You can scan the barcode, or you can download the app and lodge the complaint there. We have closed above 79,393 disputes over the past 12 years since the inception of the organization. And we have facilitated refunds back in the hands of consumers to the value of over 64 million. And that 64 million is only us counting from 2021 to 2024. We've only started counting from the past 4 years. And you can see that the absence of that mediation would have meant that consumers will walk away without redress. So that is the value that ADR brings into the consumer protection space. Currently, we have signed up about over 2,100 participants. These are businesses. Even in this week, I'm told by the team that they were able to identify some of the suppliers within the province who were not signed up, who were not upholding the provisions of the code of the CGSO, who have now signed up. We have helped them sign up, and you can expect that there is going to be an improved market space within Mpumalanga, and as we continue to do that. So when we count 2,000, we are counting at group level, not at counting the subsidiaries. So that represents stores across the country, over 26,000 stores countrywide. So it shows that we are making progress. We have not yet reached the milestone where we want, because the identified, or what we intend to get, is to get all suppliers within the goods and services to sign up and uphold the provisions of the code, so that the consumer protection and the rights of consumers are upheld. So we have also identified some of the emerging trends and challenges in South Africa, and that includes e-commerce. We have seen that since COVID, we have seen an uptick in the number of complaints that come through e-commerce. Before that, the complaints that we receive, which are about 12,000 per annum, only 2% constituted in e-commerce. But since 2022, we have seen an increase, and that is now introducing other measures. And as I've said in the beginning that we have good frameworks, there is a gap that we're identifying, that there's a need to revisit some of our legislation and update so that it can cover some of the cross-border purchases and online purchases. So those are the complaints that we are seeing on the space, and we are encouraging that as we interact in the industry, we must adopt the culture of complaining and knowing which bodies to approach in order to lodge those complaints. And the CGSO and other provincial bodies that are here are there to assist all consumers at no cost, and we encourage that we continue to use that. So in conclusion, I would like to indicate that all these bodies that are here, including the CPF in which we are part of, we are coming together like this to make sure that we push the same agenda of making sure that the consumer goods the consumer industry adopts the Consumer Protection Act. So overall, South African has a strong consumer protection framework, and our enforcement and awareness remains the key areas of improvements, which we make sure that we continue to do this, to make sure that we empower consumers and the suppliers are helped and guided in order to implement the Consumer Protection Act. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us give her another round of applause. You Yesterday, we were told that some of our panels are predominantly male. So, and our acting commissioner was like saying to us, it's funny how women do that because you decide on the program and then you want to blame males, but for today, we try to balance that. So just judge us as we go along. We'll try and make sure that at least in each panel, even if it could be one female, we are going to be doing that very well in balancing that. So, ladies and gentlemen, as my colleague was talking around the issue of mediation and actually around the issue of the downstream, the issue of the demand side of the economy, is that normally there are people that work in the background to ensure that you and I would actually force businesses to be innovative, to actually come up with the best practices, to remain up there and remain competitive. But normally we don't hear them saying that much around the issues of consumer protection and about what impact they are making to the prices of our bread and actually the cost of the data that you are actually using today that is so low. Allow me to, this morning also to allow on the podium as well, Mr. Andile Kwabeni to come and share with us from the Competition Commission to say what is it that they are doing to ensure that you and I actually get the best from our retailers. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Tezi. I must say that I wanted to say Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi, but I can't because I can't refer to my elders as amakhosikazi. I have to say Malibongwe igama lomama. As we see, program director, the program directors on the podium, the leaders of key institutions represented here, I do want to call upon all of us to say Malibongwe igama lomama. Program director, I would like to greet our esteemed guests today, who are also, some of them hosting, MEC for Economic Development and Tourism in Mpumalanga, MEC for Economic Development in the Free State, Honorable MMC, the host, Acting Commissioner, Hadin Ratsisusu, who is also our Deputy Commissioner, so we are claiming him a Program Director. I would also like to make a special mention of the Vice Chancellor, who is, of course, an alumnus of my alma mater, and I want to salute Vice Chancellor for the good work that is being done here. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, as I speak on behalf of the Commissioner of the Competition Commission, Commissioner Doris Tsepe, who asked me today to represent her as we gather here today to celebrate this commemoration of the World Consumer Rights Day. We are reminded, of course, of the fundamental principles that underpin our economy, and these are principles of fairness, of transparency, and the unwavering protection of consumers. In this context, I would like to just take you very briefly to who we are and what we do as the Competition Commission. The Competition Commission is a statutory body constituted in terms of the Competition Act 89 of 1998 as amended. It is one of the 3 independent competition regulatory authorities that are established in terms of that act, with the other 2 being the Competition Tribunal and the Competition Appeal Court. The Commission is the investigative and enforcement agency, which is a functionally independent institution that is administratively accountable to the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. The Commission is empowered by the Competition Act to investigate, control, and evaluate restrictive business practices, abuse of dominant positions, and measures to achieve equity and efficiency in the South African economy. I would like to just quote from our Act, which is just on the preamble, just to locate why we are here. We are not just here because we are a regulator within the DTIC. We are here because when you talk about consumers, you talk about our core work as the Competition Commission. In the preamble of the Act, the preamble says that the people of South Africa recognize that apartheid and other discriminatory laws and practices of the past resulted in excessive concentrations of ownership and control within the national economy, inadequate restraints against anti-competitive trade practices, and unjust restrictions on full and free participation in the economy by all South Africans. It then continues somewhere, and then it says, in order to provide for markets in which consumers have access to and can freely select the quality and variety of goods and services they desire. It is for this reason, ladies and gentlemen, that we are here today as the Competition Commission, as a participant in this program, as we believe that there can be no industry without consumers. The Competition Act, indeed, is an important instrument for creating a balanced and competitive market, whilst promoting the important participation of small and medium enterprises and firms owned by historical disadvantaged persons. At the heart of the Competition Commission's mission lies the belief that consumers are the cornerstone of a healthy and dynamic economy. While our primary focus is on maintaining competition in the marketplace, we understand that a fair and competitive environment inherently protects and benefits consumers. Consumer rights are therefore not only important to us, but they are an integral component of our work. We see consumer welfare as a direct outcome of our work, fostering fair competition and ensuring marketplace practices that are transparent and ethical. I do want to just acknowledge the role of consumer activism that has been the cornerstone of our democratic dispensation. And in South Africa, we have a proud tradition of activism that extends beyond the political spheres into the fight for social justice and economic fairness. We have seen inspiring examples of such activism in recent years, from mobilization against unfair price hikes, and during the pandemic to grassroots movements demanding more affordable data services. It is these efforts of consumers, it is this activism that generates the complaints that fuel our work as the Commission, because we operate on the basis of the complaints that we receive so that we can investigate them. And we do want to continue to encourage consumers to not surrender their responsibility of that activism, not to surrender their responsibility of complaining. We still have, all of us, to play our part. And I think program directors, one of the problems in our democratic dispensation is that all of us have surrendered the responsibility of changing society to government. It cannot be. We all have to play our part. We all have to be those who are on the ground, who say on a daily basis that these practices are not the practices that are in sync with the objectives of our democratic order. The Competition Commission recognizes the importance of collaboration in protecting consumer rights. The DTIC in the 7th administration has committed to an all-of-government approach to resolving issues. It is for that reason that you have seen the Competition Commission on the ground working with other regulators to make sure that when we come together, we can do more in defeating the practices that continue to dodge our economy. We have and will continue to work closely with other regulators, including the National Consumer Commission, in making sure that we act together and jointly, as we did during the COVID pandemic, when we came together to address such issues as price gouging and other exploitative practices that resulted that threatened consumer welfare. This partnership highlights the power of combined efforts in safeguarding consumer interests and ensuring that businesses act in a manner that aligns with our ethical standards. The Commission Program Directors has taken a position to align with the priorities of this new government, the 7th administration. And by the way, we do say that the objectives and the priorities, it's as if the architects of those had looked into our act. The Commission would like to continue contributing to inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, and building a capable, ethical and developmental state, as these are the stated objectives of the 7th administration. To realize a balanced, competitive, open and accessible markets while preserving consumer protection, the Commission will be focusing over the next 5 years on these following issues. We will be supporting industrialization. Unless there is industrialization in our country, there can be no jobs. Unless there is industrialization in our country, there can be no variety of goods that our Act enjoins us to make sure that we encourage. We will do so, Program Director, by focusing on the removal of barriers to entry through the instruments that are available to us. And these include enforcement against prohibited practices, market inquiries, regulation of measures, and our advocacy work. We will also encourage collaboration through exemptions to improve competitiveness of our exports, amongst other uses. We do invite small businesses to look at the exemptions that have been provided, as these are important instruments that they can use in terms of furthering the industrial policy that we are pursuing as government. The Commission will also use its advocacy work to resolve some of the competition bottlenecks and around the area of industrialization. These critical interventions will have as the main beneficiary the consumer, who will have wider choices for products and services and better prices. We also have to understand that this important issue of transformation is not just a nice term that we are just trying to adopt as the Commission. We have to make sure, all of us as regulators, business and as society, that the structure of the economy that we have changes. When we look at every statistic, whether you are looking at the ownership patterns of the economy, whether you are looking at the concentration in terms of geographic concentration of economic activity. Whether you look at the role of small and medium enterprises, whenever you look at those statistics, you will see that there is something fundamentally wrong. And that something fundamentally wrong is something that all of us have to work together to make sure that it changes. We, as the Competition Commission, will play our part using the instruments available to us to make our own contribution. One of the areas, Program Director, we have spent a lot of energy on over the last few years is in this area of the cost of living, particularly cost of living as it affects the vulnerable consumers. In the past, we have had what we were releasing almost quarterly, essential food prices monitor. We are going to be expanding this to cover other products and services as we play our part in monitoring the prices that consumers are paying, because we have to work together to make sure that we defeat the high prices in our economy. Program Director, as we commemorate this day, let us reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that markets remain competitive, fair, and accessible. The Competition Commission of South Africa remains dedicated to promoting competition as a means to enhance consumer welfare. Through our rigorous enforcement, collaboration efforts, and proactive approach to emerging challenges, we strive to create an environment where consumers are protected, informed, and empowered. Together with consumers, businesses, and fellow regulators, we can contribute to building a marketplace that works for all South Africans. I would like to close, as I started by saying, igama lomama malibongwe. I would like to close by quoting omunye umama in the United States who was a pioneer of change. And this is Carrie Chapman, when she said, "To the wrongs that need resistance, to the right that needs assistance, to the future in the distance, give yourselves." Thank you.
Thank you very much. The issues that you have spoken to, Mr. Gwaben, are issues that are close to my heart, particularly when you were talking issues around ensuring that we focus on industrialization, we focus on issues on economic transformation, because indeed, these are real economic issues that we need to come close to. We may be celebrating Consumer Rights Day, but there's a very critical question that the majority of us that are sitting here, we should also be asking ourselves: are we really only consumers? Are we also producers? Because we also need to find expression within the production as well. We can't only be consuming and we are feeding resources into that consumption, yet we are not producing. So I'm really, really excited to hear that the Commission, the Competition Commission will be focusing on those issues. And I want to commit as well, I'm sure my counterparts from Free State will fully agree with me, that it is important that we build sufficient Black industrialists that are producing products that we are consuming as the majority Black population. Having said that, we are going to move now to the next speaker, who is my principal. But before I introduce her, I just want to indicate a few things. After the MEC has spoken, I will request Ms. Karabo Mutaung and Ms. Poppy Kweyama to come forward and present gifts to our speakers who have already spoken. So I will invite Mr. Rachisusu. I will also invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mayekiso. I will also invite the Consumer Goods and Services Ombudsman, Rep. So all the speakers that spoke first, including as well our Honorable MEC Makume from the Free State, to come to the fourth and receive their gifts. So after you have spoken, Honorable MEC Masilela, please do not leave the stage. I will request all the colleagues that I've mentioned to come and join you and receive their gifts. Our next speaker, it's my principal, the Honorable MEC Makosazana Masilela. She is in Bogodo, one of the pioneering women in the province. She was the former speaker in the legislature. She has been the member of legislature for some time, and she is currently at the helm of the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, and she will be delivering the keynote address for today. Can we rise as we welcome the MEC?
Thank you very much, program directors, Ms. Tezi Mabuza and Ms. Imi Sirakalala, our MEC, my counterpart from Free State, MEC Makume, the three HODs that are here, HOD from the Free State, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo, the Acting Commissioner of National Consumer Commission, Mr. Hadin Ratsisusu, Vice Chancellor of the University of Mpumalanga, Professor Togoma Yekiso, Consumer Goods and Services Ombudsman, Ms. Queen Munya, Divisional Manager in the Office of Competition Commission, Mr. Andile Kwabeni, moderators of our panel discussions, officials from government and the University of Mpumalanga, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani, good morning, Dumelang, Goeiemorgen. Mahatma Gandhi once said, and I quote, "A consumer is the most important visitor on our premises. He is not dependent on us, we are dependent on him. He is not a burden to us, he is the boss," end quote. Program directors, this quote emphasizes the consumer's role as the driving force of the economy. It emphasizes that the survival and growth of any business is totally dependent on customers and not the other way around. Thus, without customers, no businesses will survive. And without businesses, there will be no economic growth and development. This quote by Mahatma Gandhi is very appropriate to today's event as we celebrate World Consumer Rights Day under the theme Empowering Consumers, Balancing Rights with Ethical Business Practices. Through this theme, we call upon to empower the boss, the customer, by reminding them about their rights in the business space. I am therefore honored and privileged to have been afforded this opportunity to address this auspicious occasion as we join world nations in celebrating World Consumer Rights Day. I am also excited to be amongst a dynamic group of businesses, professionals, innovators, and advocates who all share a common commitment to protecting and empowering consumers. And as a province, we are thankful to the National Consumer Commission under the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition for having chosen our province to host this year's national celebration of the World Consumer Rights Day. Program directors, World Consumer Rights Day was first observed on 15 March 1983 with the aim to raise global awareness about consumer rights and the importance of fair practices in the marketplace. The day was inspired by former US President John F. Kennedy, who on 15 March 1962 sent a special message to the US Congress to highlight the significance of protecting consumer rights. In his speech, President Kennedy outlined consumer rights, which included the right to safety, the right to be informed, the right to choose, and the right to be heard. This was after the realization that some businesses owners actually take consumers for granted. They forget that the survival of their businesses solely depend on the same consumer they take for granted. This is not far-fetched from what we continue to experience in our country, even in our province, when expired goods are sold to consumers. During this week, the National Consumer Commission led a multiple sectoral business inspection operation in our province, and quite a number of expired goods were confiscated. We really need to recognize that consumers are no longer passive recipients. They are active participants who have a voice. Service providers must deliver quality and value in the products of service they offer, or even in customer interactions. But this goes beyond that, as providers of goods and services must also ensure privacy, respect data, and create an environment where every consumer feels valued and heard. And as we celebrate this significant day, we are thus reminded of the central role that consumers play in our economy and the critical need to protect their rights while also encouraging businesses to operate ethically, responsibly, and with integrity. As consumers are the bedrock of world economies, they must be empowered through information by being made aware of their rights and be protected from unscrupulous business practices. However, empowering consumers means more than just ensuring they are aware of their rights. It also means creating an environment where they feel confident, safe, and informed when making decisions in the marketplace. In this context, we need to ensure that consumers are equipped with the knowledge to protect themselves from harmful practices, such as misleading advertising, unfair contract terms, and deceptive business strategies. But of course, empowering is a two-way street. Just as we seek to empower consumers, we must also emphasize the role of businesses in maintaining ethical standards. It is not enough to simply adhere to the bare minimum of legal requirements. Businesses must go above and beyond to establish a culture of fairness, respect, and responsibility. Ethical business practice are the cornerstone of consumer confidence. Without integrity, businesses risk of eroding trust, which is the foundation of any successful market. Program directors, in an age where information is at our fingertips and businesses are often just a click away, consumers have more power than ever before. Yet, this power comes with great responsibility. Responsibility not only for consumers to make informed choices, but also for business to operate in a manner that is transparent, honest, and ethical. We are, however, fortunate to be part of a global movement where governments, regulatory bodies, and industry leaders are increasingly focused on this delicate balance between consumer rights and business ethics. Here in Mpumalanga, we are committed to supporting this global mission by fostering an environment where both consumers and business can thrive, operating hand in hand. Through our Consumer Affairs Court, which we relaunched last night, and the ongoing work of consumer protection agencies, we are not only addressing consumer complaints, but also reinforcing the need for ethical business practices. Accordingly, government, alongside business leaders and civil society, must continue to work together to establish clear and fair standards, while also educating consumers on how they can protect themselves from exploitative practices. We are committed to ensuring that every consumer, regardless of their background or economic status, has access to the tools and resources they need to make informed choices. Program directors, ladies and gentlemen, consumers and businesses alike must be partners in this journey, with both sides respecting the rights and responsibilities that come with participating in the economy. As government, we'll continue to advocate for policies and practices that strengthen consumer rights, while encouraging business to operate ethically and responsibly. Together, we can build a future where consumers are not only empowered, but also protected in every aspect of their interactions in the marketplace. Program directors, before I retreat, I would like to remind you that our province has been assigned by the presidency to host the G20 Tourism Ministers meeting in September this year. This is really a great opportunity. This is really a great opportunity to showcase our tourism products offerings, and we believe our economy will surely benefit from hosting such international meeting and related engagements. Our people are ready to welcome the world as we host this significant gathering. I still assert that tourism is the goose that lays the golden egg. For us, it is our gold mine, and we must exploit it fully to realize significant economic growth and massive job creation. To all stakeholders, thank you very much for your commitment to the cause of protecting consumer rights and for the work you continue to do to ensure that the marketplace remains a space of trust, fairness, and respect for all. Without your unwavering commitment, consumer exploitation will continue unchallenged. Through the constant inspection operations you continue to conduct throughout the year, consumers' confidence in work remains very high. May you continue to do your work with zoom and zeal, as you are the only beacon of hope for consumers. We are a province that works for all, hence we leave no one behind as we grow Mpumalanga together. Happy World Consumer Rights Day. Thank you.
May I invite all the speakers to come forward? Ms. Mutau and Ms. Kweyama, please come forward. I'm also requesting my counterparts, the acting HOD Limpopo, Mr. Joe Mutini, as well as the HOD from the Free State, Mr. Ratumbo.
Ladies and gentlemen, just waiting for our principals to take the stage and then we can do the gifts. I think after the gifts and the pictures, we will allow that we will be having refreshments right at the back. You know, la eMpumalanga, normal bantu bakhona bancishani. So kudla ngilento lesihlala sinayo. So sitacela ukuthi everybody right at the back, we will be having our meals there. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just wait for the gifts. And I am sure that Ukarabo and Poppy wanted to say something as well before that. Did you? Okay. They say they are good.
So we'll, yeah, the bag is here.
Ladies and gentlemen, time, please. We know that we wanted to catch up while the drinks will be served right at the back. Can we allow ourselves 15 minutes? And then I think 15 minutes ngelwaslam kankarwame wala Mpumalanga. Ankumela korbanu inkwabo batabuya bathelela la is ka 11:45. Please, inkomo ikensili itabona nakambe 11:45. Thank you.
Siphosa ukuthi umele lapha. Nalento lempumalanga ivele ne. Angizwa? Uthethe one. Nenda bona ipisha khona yazi nathi ngenze so. Ngenze flashlight anani ku bright ngapha. Ya ngayishaya. Iyala le. Sorry. Ya kuvele lento lempumalanga le. Nale phezulu le. Ake wayothatha yakho. Weza na yami yala. Mangakhonakala kuvela lento leli University of Limpopo of Mpumalanga. Nazake
and gentlemen, we can settle down. Ntate Budibe Lucius, where is he? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be resuming our program already. Our principals are just kind of like just having their tea and all that after all the media statements that they have to make and the interviews and all that. They'll be joining us shortly. But for the sake of time, and I know that some of the colleagues will be flying out this evening. You know, in Mpumalanga, we are a nice province, but we do have flights that are intermittent, like in the morning and in the evening. Some of the colleagues might want to leave a little bit early because they are catching flights, just missing on the scenery in Mpumalanga. So, but then for their sake, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting with the program. The person that I'm going to be calling next, it will be Mr. Budibe. He is our everything within the best ombuds in the country, which is the motor industry ombuds of South Africa. Yes, but before he starts, all we're going to have now is a video. We do have plans of everything that we intended to do for the week. And then looking at all our sponsors, our fellow CEOs and all that are there, our CEOs, I'm sure they've been wondering, these people took like 5 days to come to Mpumalanga. We were wondering what they were doing. So today we want you to see when you sign off those purchase orders and got people to come to Mpumalanga, what we were all about. So I am going to allow that video to play, and then Ntate Budibe will be then telling us what this is all about. You can join me, sir. Ms. Ntaba, are we still struggling with sound? Okay.
So this year, Mpumalanga is the host for this event. So what happens is when we host, the celebration will actually be on Friday, the 14th. But now, in preparation for that, we are having these inspections, compliance inspections, whereby we check in compliance of the shops, spaza shops, especially because now we are facing a challenge regarding the foodborne illnesses. So now we'll be checking compliance of the spaza shops in terms of the standard of their goods, the registration documents as well. But the focus will not only be on spaza shops, we are checking other stakeholders as well. So now what happens is these inspections are running concurrently with awareness campaigns where there will be workshops and exhibitions whereby people will be educated about their well-consumerized day. So while we do inspections, we'll also be
and then mo ke tlile mo ke shopa always on mosane ka re ke dilo tse dintsi tse le reng ra kgona di kry tse ding right than other yeah ka re ke kopela re ska ba mo fela ka re tse dintsi tse le reng le tse ding tse nyane tse ko makeisheneng kwa le di eteleng ka gore go na dilo tse le gore di expirile boma last year mare sa tsa di le mo di-shelfong and then re thabela yona ntho e le irang gore le ka o sane go ka se thole go ba le dilo tse so safety ya rena health ya rena ke yona ntho e le gore re e lebeletse re thabela mmuso a le gore o tseya dikgato tseo tsa gore re tlhokomele ka leboga.
This shop is called by Sunny Cash and Carry. We are registered here from 2006. We are about 19 years here, and all the community members, they know very well how we help them. All the local people are compliant. They get every month salary according to the law, and also they get pay slip. We transfer them money, but we don't give them cash.
ihholo emphakathi ngibona basisita ukuthi sikhone nathi ukuthi lamandiya basivumele ukuthi sihlale bona kwabona abafuni vela sihlale la ngoba bathi siyabavalela uyakubona nje bathi bafuna ukuthi itolo tatu be open asibasola ngithi banemali bayakhona thina sinamali enesima kuma single mothers wondla abantwana yonke lento bathi siyakubeketelela ngoba kude lokusokwena.
On behalf of the SAPS, I extend our warm
Thank you. This is actually what we had planned and some of the activities that we did prior to or somehow also within this week. So now we are going to get to Mr. Budibe, as we said, from the motor industry, Ombud of South Africa, the best Ombud anyway. So that will be coming over to share with us. Please, Ombud, I know we also have the other Ombud as well, the NFO. You are not as best, so we are all competing as Ombuds here, so we will get there. The other Ombud is good in electronics, and the other one is good in finances, but this one is the best, you know, in terms of charm.
Amalungelo thina silwela amalungelo wethu. Dumela bagaetso. Dumela bagaetso. Bagaetso ba siame. Ke tswentse ke promote Setswana sa gaetso. I know ke mo Mpumalanga today. Program Director, thank you very much. Let us just take you back to the memory lane. We were here last year, we did Gersi Bande. We cleaned it. And then this time we are focusing on Ehlanzeni. I'm standing in for the chairperson of the Compliance and Enforcement Committee, the Consumer Education Committee, the CPF, Policy and Strategy Committee. Those are the subcommittees of the CPF. We arrived here early hours of Monday. We started in Kwamhlanga, Lekwaga-Fontein. And the inspectors also extended their visits not only around Kwamhlanga, Lekwaga-Fontein. At the same time, we hit 3 towns. We did Kwaggafontein, we did Middleburg, and we also did Witbank. And it was amazing. We arrived here around 12 o'clock midnight to start working in this area. So all in all, we have seen 54 motor industry participants. We extended our visit to Kabokweni. We extended our visit also to White River and the surrounding areas. And we did 2 towns a day. So motor industry, we saw 54. And the fast-moving goods sector, they saw 52 businesses. And I must tell you, Program Director, that our inspectors are not with us in this room. They are busy working. We want to clean this town. So I think we have covered almost the entire Mpumalanga. And I am told that we will be back again to give feedback as to how we actually performed, and we will be making some recommendations. And we would like to encourage this province to align their legislation. We want you to put consumers first. The sun must not go down on a consumer complaint. IA, it was artificial intelligence. There's no more waiting period, ladies and gentlemen. The CGSO has announced they have an app. They have improved access to their services. So there's no more waiting period. If you log onto our website today and log a complaint, it instantly gives you your reference number. Libitso la motho a tshwereng complaint in your office, his or her email address. And in terms of the South African Automotive Industry Code of Conduct, we are obliged to inform the dealer or the supplier about your complaint, and the code mandates them to respond to the Motor Industry Ombudsman within 10 days. And we, as the Motor Industry Ombudsman, we are given only 8 weeks to resolve the complaint. So you can see how effective the Ombud schemes are. And we have what we call referral protocol. I must let you know, because we are in Gauteng. If a person in Kabokweni do not have access to our service, all they do, they go into the local consumer affairs office, they help them to log a complaint. That is the CPF referral protocol. And then we then classify that complaint as provincial referral. That's how we help one another. And I'm glad, I think we are short-selling ourselves as Ombud. I believe the Ombud has a braille also. They have a braille. So, but what if they are able to access our services without help of people? And I must also indicate, go White River, please do not use the services of the lawyers, because they charge you for the service and they give us a complaint to resolve for free. After we have resolved the complaint, they come back and charge you again. So we have actually managed to keep them at bay. In terms of the act, there are people that are supposed to be benefiting from this act or from this service. People from low-income communities, low literacy communities, and people by Snanchalet. So we say we help you free of charge. And I'm told that we work also 7 days a week. We have also gone into the religious space. We have collaborated with the religious organizations. We work on Sundays, right? We work 24/7. So without wasting any time, our colleagues has made some recommendations here. We have removed fast-moving items that were found not to be compliant. Food, clothes, gadgets, ICASA was there. So please, just make sure that you support the stakeholders in their quest to safeguard the rights of consumers. Let us also thank the police force. In terms of Second-Hand Good Act, we have what we call the VISPOL command, VISPOL component. Under it, FLASH. FLASH stands for, F stands for firearms, L for liquor, SH for second-hand. So Mapodisa have a role in terms of consumer protection. So it's very important that when you buy a used car, before you can actually greet them, ask for a second-hand Good Act certificate. That certificate is valid for 5 years. And they are helping you proactively so that you don't buy a stolen car. Right? So that is the role that the South African Police Service is playing within consumer protection. So they are part of this setup that you see here. And every time you see us working with them, they're not our security guards. They are also enforcing rights in terms of the Second-Hand Good Act. And I don't want to waste your time. I thought you gave me an hour. I don't want to waste time. Because I was standing in, and I'm a loyal servant of the CPF. Commissioner, we will send this reports to the relevant authorities so that we can share them with, and then Raleboga, he can see it.
Colleagues, what we have as well, there are other regulators, the CEOs that could not attend today. So we are going to allow the team now to play those messages of support from the other regulators, and then from there, the next panel will then be getting ready for the next, the first panel of the day. Ms. Ndaba, are we ready?
On behalf of the SABS, I extend our warmest greetings and express our support for the World Consumer Rights Day events. Consumer empowerment forms the backbone of any thriving society. By standing firm on rigorous standards, we protect the health, safety, and economic well-being of our communities. Yet, effective consumer protection must be coupled with ethical business practices. When businesses prioritize integrity, transparency, and accountability, consumers gain the confidence to make informed choices while companies build trust and sustainability. The theme, empowering consumers, balancing rights with ethical business practices, reminds us that upholding consumer rights and nurturing ethical behavior are not competing interests, but rather are complementary forces that drive progress. The balanced approach ensures that consumers are equipped with clear information and fair treatment, while businesses benefit from loyal, satisfied customers. At the SABS, we remain committed to partnering with government bodies, industry, and consumers alike to develop and uphold standards that foster a safer marketplace. Our collective efforts can create an environment where everyone, businesses and consumers, can thrive with dignity and respect. Thank you for joining us in this vital conversation. Together, we can continue empowering consumers and championing ethical business practices across South Africa and beyond. Thank you very much.
It is both an honor and privilege to join you today in celebration of World Consumer Rights Day. This global observance reminds us of the vital role that consumers play in shaping the markets and the equally important responsibility we share to ensure that they are protected from unsafe and harmful products. The theme for this year's celebration, empowering consumers, balancing rights with ethical business practices, could not be more timely or relevant. It speaks to a fundamental truth. The empowerment of consumers is the cornerstone of a fair, safe, and equitable marketplace. But empowerment cannot happen in a vacuum. It requires that business understand their legislative responsibilities and that consumers are fully informed of their rights and duties. At the National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications, the NRCS, we believe that our role as a regulator is crucial in this balance. Our mandate is clear: to safeguard the rights and safety of consumers by ensuring that the products they purchase meet the safety requirements and the highest standards of quality. We do this by enforcing strict compulsory specifications and actively collaborating with business to ensure compliance. However, this mandate goes beyond compliance. We are deeply committed to consumer education, which is why we continuously strive to raise awareness among consumers about their rights.
Kubalulekile mama, kubalulekile kakhulu ukuvisisile ukuthi uma ngabe kusho ukuthi sithenga ngetimbo letisetulu basidukisela sesibethe siyacomplaina ukuthi letimvo tiyadura, uyakubona nje kalokho. Uma ngabe kuyilesi price ngiyasuka kulesi sitolo ngiya kulesi, angiphocelelekile ukuthi bangiqinisetela kulesi sitolo leso ukuthi ngithenge. Yebo mama. Into lesupha kakhulu ngasho ukuthi umsebenzi ukusitasi and siyaswela, uyabona nje timvo nathi khuphuka tiyetulu sibethe siyalamba siyafa ngendlala, asikhone ukuthi sikhone kuhamba sesitolo siyothenga maybe timbahla, uyabona maybe kudla special kudla kakhulu.
Honorable guests, regulators, industry leaders and consumer champions, it is a privilege to join you in celebrating World Consumer Rights Day 2025 under this year's theme, empowering consumers, balancing rights with ethical business practices. As we navigate an evolving economic landscape, ethical business conduct is no longer just an expectation. It is a necessity. Recent challenges, including the foodborne illness crisis, highlight the importance of consumer protection frameworks that promote safety, trust, and fairness. Businesses that prioritize consumer well-being not only comply with the law, but also build lasting relationships with their customers. At the same time, informed consumers create demand for ethical practices and hold businesses accountable. Today is about strengthening this balance and ensuring that every consumer is treated with dignity and respect. Let us continue working together to create a marketplace that is just, responsible, and sustainable for all. Thank you.
It's very much important because Rajiwa with these companies, most of them are under the tree. And then they will be given addresses to say, we've got, Nelspruit, you go to Nelspruit, you go all the streets, and then also a graded camp, because most of the highlights that you are giving people, we don't follow to us to say that, and then especially if you're online, yes, COVID, I was sitting at home, online, and then you get, and then hopefully things have expired. It will be like indefinite deliverance. Can you call them to say, come and fetch your things that have expired?
The Council for Medical Schemes joins the consumer regulators in observing World Consumer Rights Day as a body that is tasked to regulate 71 medical schemes that provide healthcare access and cover. We ensure that members belonging to medical schemes, their rights, interests are protected at all material times. A global call for a just transition to sustainable lifestyles under the theme Balancing Rights with Ethical Business Practices. We call on all members of medical schemes to inscribe the concept of prescribed minimum benefits, simply known as PMBs, into their healthcare decision and plans. PMBs are a pathway for medical scheme members to know that they are covered and entitled for. Therefore, our role in the Consumer Protection Framework is to hold medical schemes accountable, enhancing consumer education and advocating for policies that protect members' rights. As we mark this occasion, CMS commends the efforts of all consumer protection authorities and stakeholders working to strengthen consumer rights in South Africa. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful week of engagements that will contribute to an environment where consumers are not just protected, but truly empowered. Siyabonga.
Thank you. These are some of the CEOs that couldn't be here personally, but they wanted to, hence they sent their messages of support. Before we move to our first panel, I've got lost and found here. Ubi Chutu, I've got a driving license here. Chutu, if you've lost your driver's license, please come and collect it. Ladies and gentlemen, consumers have the right to safe products, transparent information, and fair treatment. At the same time, businesses have the responsibility to uphold ethical practices that promote sustainability, fairness, and trust. The balance between these two forces is what builds resilient economies and foster consumer confidence. In South Africa, as we navigate economic challenges, rapid technological advances, and sustainability concerns, we want to ensure that at least we move forward while we're ensuring that we take better steps to make sure that businesses just move beyond compliance and truly embrace ethical responsibility. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to call the facilitator of the next panel. That's Ms. Lebogang Dludlu. She will be coming through now with her panel, and her panel members will be Ms. Müller, Ms. Katz, Mr. Zitelo, Mr. Thomas Makuba, and then also Professor Kanayo Ogijuba. So panelists, please come to the floor, including also the panelist, Ms. Lebogang.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Is this on? Hello? Oh, sorry. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lebohang Dludlu, as I was introduced. And today I have beautiful guests, males and females, so we are a balanced panelist. So I'm just going to quickly give you 2 minutes that you introduce yourself and what you do so that they can know what you do.
Yeah, good morning, leadership, colleagues, all protocol observed. My name is Prudence Muilwa. I am the head of a division at the National Consumer Commission called Complaints and Investigation, responsible for all inspections, investigations, product recalls, complaints, etc., etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Prudence. Yes, sir. Next.
Thomas Makhoba is my name, and I represent Mpumalanga International Food Market. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Macy Katz, the General Manager at the National Regulator for Compulsory Specification, responsible for the regulation of food and associated industry at the NRCS. Thank you.
Good afternoon, leadership and colleagues. My name is Godfrey Paswana. I am the manager for municipal health services at Ehlanzeni District Municipality. I am here on behalf of Mr. Zitelo Zigalala, whom is the manager for environmental health at Mpumalanga. He couldn't make it, and he asked me to stand in for him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Godfrey, and welcome, guys. This topic, food safety, it's close to my heart because I'm also a farmer, so I produce food. And yeah, so when I saw the topic, I was so excited to know that at least I will be talking about something that I'm passionate about. So I'm just going to start with everyone. Please, let's be mindful of the time. Just give us in the less than 3 minutes. What is your response with the current and past food safety crisis that we had in our country, especially in the schools? We can start, Miss.
Thank you. We don't have all day, and I was asked to be very short. I can see my boss is looking at me, not to embarrass him. Yeah, I think, colleagues, we need to look back at where we come from. Yeah, I think, yeah. In 2013, we had a meat scandal in the country, wherein we were told we don't know what we're eating. We all woke up in the morning. Sunday Times was saying, you don't know what you're eating. There's a problem with meat substitution in the country, wherein you were eating donkey meat instead of proper beef. And all of us in consumer protection were running around, including all the portfolio departments. We all were like, what is happening? What are we going to do? And then it put us on a tailspin. I can see my colleagues from the University of Stellenbosch are there. Professor Hoffman, I think in Animal Science Department, had written an article on the Sunday Times to say that we are eating all sorts of things in our meat. And I think it was a big lesson for us as a country, because we also learned, because we were like, is it an issue of the Department of Health? Is it an issue of agriculture? Is it an issue of consumer protection, and to what extent? And I think that gave us an opportunity actually to get people in the value chain to stop looking at issues of, especially labeling around animal products, in a more pragmatic way. And I think also when we had listeriosis, I think it was in 2017, when we had to all put our heads together with the Department of Health and other stakeholders, including the scientists as well, wherein we needed to find out what is this animal called listeriosis, because it was taking people's lives. And then we also all learned to test our capabilities as a country as to how do we then respond to a food crisis. We have made strides since then. I think our relationship with service providers has actually improved. It is not as antagonistic as it was before. Working with CGCSA as well as the Ombud, we were able to then maybe get to the bottom of it, roughly by making sure that we use our provisions of product recall in order to make sure that the polonies were recalled from the market, and we were able to then get to a state of stability around the issue. Now we're faced with another food crisis. Foodborne illnesses are upon us, and we are now also called upon to respond to the issue. And collaboration is what we're trying to do now, but with lessons learned in the past, but also now, the fact that consumer protection is at a stage where we are becoming much more proactive in our approach to issues. We are conducting inspections on an ongoing basis. Investigations of food products are prioritized by the NCC, and I think we have now improved when it comes to issues of food safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Macy? Okay, you can clap for her. Are the mics okay?
Just latching on in terms of the country's response, in terms of the food safety outbreaks, we had managed as a country to have a collaborated approach in terms of the response team as a country, where all the relevant departments that regulates food safety and are able to be coordinated together. I think as we learned quite a lot, especially in the issue of listeriosis, where we had to conduct quite a lot of risk assessment and understand in terms of the food safety outbreak, what were the issues that were there. We also managed to publish various legislation where there was gaps in terms of those food products. I think as NRCS, we were one of the entities that published a legislation in terms of the regulation of the high-risk processed meat products, which are the products that are ready to eat. Having said that, our key response in terms of the outbreak is more concentrated around the issues of traceability, where we focus on the strategy of our inspection at source, which then is more of a preventative effect, where we would look at the products before they get released into trade. We would then inspect them to ensure that at least by the time they get into trade, the product has been inspected. And also, in terms of the product as they come in the port of entry, we would also conduct inspections batch consignment by consignment to make sure that they meet the regulatory requirements of the compulsory specification. Having said that, one of the key response that we had noted is the importance around the consumer education. I think as NRCS, we had then prioritized the rural engagement specifically in terms of making sure that the consumers understand what are the requirements and the consumers are able to detect the non-compliances, and that has then assisted, and I think this is where we are currently in responding to any outbreak that we are currently facing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In terms of Department of Health, what are you guys doing, or what is your response to that? Because I know you guys were giving out a lot of report, especially kids who were, admitted to the hospitals due to the food safety saga that happened late last year, even beginning of this year. What is your response?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Indeed, we received a lot of cases reported in relation to food safety, and also a number of cases related chemical safety as well, that also contribute to the safety of the food product. What we have learned over the years when we received such, we got to realize that there is a need of strengthening collaboration and have an integrated approach, because issues of food safety is very complex in nature, and none of the department can be able to deal with it on its own. It involves a number of stakeholders, which I think that is where the biggest mistake as government, where we were working very in uncoordinated manner in relation to deal with that. And that has exposed us a lot. Listeriosis is one of the cases that has pointed that very strongly to say there is a need of coordination. But when we get to realize that and start working together, you then realize that we are managing to arrest the challenges, because the rate that these cases were going has subsequently just subsided because of the intervention that we have come in relation to do inspections and also increase the frequency, particularly to those facilities that we have identified to be the high-risk facilities. As the risk assessment has been conducted, it also indicates which are the areas that we need to concentrate. And by so doing, in a collaborative manner, we were able to ensure that the rate of these cases it subside a bit. And also to strengthen the awareness part of it, because if we do not do the awareness strongly as we need, because people are getting exposed because of lack of knowledge. And we are bestowed with that responsibility within various departments to ensure that the consumers are well informed. And since we have went out, we can see, even though we have not reached out, because there are also issue of capacity that is also a challenge. That is why we all wish one day the capacity can be at the level that one would expect, but be that it may,
Yeah.
we are responding. And all the cases, we have investigated all of them. We have also, however, there are challenges as well that one should point out when it comes to the issue of sampling analysis, Chairperson. It's one of the hurdles that it needs to be looked at, because the response time, particularly to get the results, it becomes a challenge. And for you to now get to conclude the case, you cannot conclude the case without a scientific results. So it becomes a challenge on that one. But be that it may, we are playing the role. We are continuing conducting inspection and strengthening the awareness
Thank you so
campaign.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you also give to Mr. Thomas? Just under 3 minutes, please. Sorry to rush you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, moderator. I'll speak on behalf of the National Fresh Produce Markets and say that you are almost not able to address the issue of food safety without infrastructure. We have in this country about 16 national fresh produce markets, the majority of whom are owned by the local municipalities. Producers send products to be sold there on their behalf. What you have at the markets, you have food inspectors who, in essence, are qualified, food technicians. They walk the floor daily to look at products that are sold or sent by producers to be sold, to the consumers. What food technicians do is to basically inspect the produce at the market to make sure that the products are safe for consumption. If the product is found to not be safe, they basically, declare that product to be, taken off the floor for discard. That basically enables, you don't have products ending up, in the, dinner tables of consumers. That is not safe for consumption. So by that, I'm trying to say that you are not able to address the issue of food safety without infrastructure, which infrastructure needs, government involvement. And by the way, note that all the markets, have a bylaws, specific to that particular municipality to handle the issue of discard, but also in terms of, how do you, handle food in a manner that, you are able to avoid, food that is not safe for consumption ending up, in the hands of consumers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Going to Ms. Messi, what are the main challenges in implementing food safety policies on the ground?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In terms of the challenges on implementing food safety principles on the ground, this is one of the key areas that, especially as NRCS, we focus on. The first big challenge is a challenge around accountability in food safety. Food safety is everyone's business, which means it's a shared responsibility. It's not only the regulators that are responsible for food safety. All actors in the value chain are responsible for food safety, starting from the regulators, the producers, the farmers, the slaughterhouses, the operators in the fishing industry, the transporters of food, the retailers, and even the spaza shop. Everybody, including the consumers, play an important role in food safety. This is the issue that we address in terms of government needs to ensure that there are food safety policies and these policies are implemented and they are enforced. That's a key responsibility of government to ensure safe food. And the key responsibilities of the producers and the agricultural farmers is to ensure that they grow safe food. Safe food needs to be grown. And also for business operators is to ensure that they keep the food safe, how food is handled and how food is stored. That's a key responsibility. And also in terms of the consumers, the consumer needs to know and understand what are the requirements in terms of food safety and how to handle food. Therefore, in that, this is the team work. It's not just a government responsibility. The second challenge that we face is a challenge around clashing priorities, where you will find, in terms of the food safety, you will find that the industry gets struggles to balance between the food safety, implementation of food safety principle, and also in terms of profit. So that sometimes creates an issue between the two. And as NRCS, we always encourage to say that there shouldn't be clashing. However, there should be coordinated response between the two. If you ensure that the food is safe that you produce, the food will market itself and you will make profit. The third responsibility or the third challenge is around balancing the food safety and food security. This becomes an issue in terms of implementing all these food safety requirements. Sometimes it becomes an issue that it's sometimes expensive to implement food safety policies, but it is not if you focus on the simple principle: keep food clean, check your raw materials, storage and handling of food. Lastly, I think one of the issues that we have picked, especially as NRCS, around the food safety challenges, it's around illicit products. You would note that most of big brands in South Africa, we have found an issue where fake labels are being labeled on food, and there is some illicit products that we picked up, and this becomes the challenges that we pick around the food safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Following up to her question, how do we balance the social sustainability and economical sustainability with regards to the food safety?
Thank you for the question, facilitator. There is this interesting thing that happens whenever we have conversations about these issues. There is space for academic debates around how consumer protection affects the economy, or that it stands in the way of profits, or it affects issues of sustainability. And there is this subtle, almost veiled insinuation that when we insist on safe food and we are strict on the application of the rules around quality, wherein, for example, the inspectors, as they are doing inspections now, they remove things from the shelves. There is this veiled thing of saying we don't understand what we're doing, we affect the economy in a negative way, we are throwing away good food that should be consumed by the poor and stuff like that. I mean, over the years, we have asked questions to NGOs, including the Food Bank, with regard to expired food. They don't accept expired food. And also, I think the very important point and question that we all need to answer is, are we saying poor people must eat low-quality foods now? And I think those are some difficult conversations that we need to start having as we speak this big English around how consumer protection is affecting the economy. And I think it's because we've allowed these conversations to happen without checking them. Because who are we saying is supposed to eat the rotten food? Who are we saying should eat it? Who are we saying must eat low-quality food? When we insist that it is wastage to remove, products that have reached or passed their sell-by dates. Because I can ask each and every one of you in this room, none of you would be saying, I'm willing to eat low-quality food. And I want to remind all of us that in terms of Section 55 of the Consumer Protection Act, consumers have a right to good quality products, including food. It's a right. And I think sometimes when we juxtapose the discussion between safety and quality, we almost seem to suggest that the right to good quality food is second to the right to good or safe goods. Consumers have a right in South Africa to good quality goods, including food. It's their right. It's not a preference. It's a right in terms of the Consumer Protection Act. And I think as we have debates around whether we should throw it away, we should keep it for the poor, we should keep it, we're wasting, we should be mindful of the fact that it is no longer a debate. Consumers have a right to good quality foods. And we should stop having a veiled attack on us insisting that consumer rights should be protected. We do this without fear or favor when we say we will not allow the flouting of the rules on the basis that sustainability, so-called economic sustainability, will be affected when we take products out of the market. So I think we need to have a clear discussion to say who are we saying must eat this food and why must we protect the right. If we are protecting the consumer rights to good quality, why should we be compromising?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Thomas, Prudence is talking about wastage. Now, how do we avoid wastage, especially for farmers? Because you're in the fresh produce. Can you just advise the floor what we can do to avoid food wastage?
Food wastage can be avoided, in our view, through education and by addressing, the issue of sorting, grading of produce at the production point, not at the place where the product needs to be sold. That way you are able to make sure that product that is not, of good quality can be, channeled into processing so that you don't end up, with the product, being thrown away, or being put, to waste. And just by the way, to share with you, some of the products that you see on the shelf that are packed with nice brands of processed, potatoes and onion, it's not your first grade potatoes. They basically go for the very last grade. They process them, they pack them, and then you pay a premium for it. So we need to basically explore that because it will help, the farmer to make sure that, they realize income out of every product that they produce, from the farm. So through, establishment of what we call agri-hubs in the production areas, you are able to address, those issues to make sure that ultimately products that get sent to markets to be sold to consumers are of good quality, while making sure that products that don't meet the grades are not necessarily discarded, but that are used, as a part of the processing industry. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Last question to the Department of Health, Mr. Godfrey, yes. In what ways, in closing, I think we've got about 5 minutes or 4? 4 minutes, yes, in less than 4 minutes. In what ways can the Department of Health foster better collaboration with stakeholders such as agriculture, private sector, civil societies to drive sustainability in food initiatives?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I indicated initially, is that what is happening, it also an eye-opener for us to be able to foster this collaboration with all the department. And now when it coming to the Department of Agriculture as the source of the food productions, because all food that we consume is coming from there, that is where it's being sold. So it needs also to meet what my colleague was saying, to say all the product that need to be produced and sent for human consumption must fit all the criteria that is set out within our legislation. And that can only be improved by working together and also integration to what we need to achieve. And also the civil society as well and other organizations. The issue of food safety is not a departmental issue, it's everyone's responsibility. As much as you share information, the better for the community, because the community, they will be well informed. So our responsibility is to ensure that information in relation to food safety, it reach the consumer as much as we can, to cover all the areas. So I think that is how far we can manage to assist the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In closing, I think what we can take away from the panel is that it is our responsibility to ensure that food security is done. You first teach your kids at home, and then you spiral to their friends, and then it becomes a culture for us to make sure that we adhere to the food safety, and we just, we manage it. Yeah, so thank you so much to our panelists and for the information. I think we did make it on time. Thank you so much.
are very economic with the hands. Thank you very much to the panelists. We really appreciate that discussion. It was a very key one, particularly given the current circumstances that we are faced with in terms of the foodborne illnesses that we have seen happening all over the country. In the interest of time, I want us to move now to the next panel discussion, which is going to be tackling the issue of emerging consumer trends in the digital age. I am sure we are all living in the digital age to a point that even the go-go's are on the digital age. My grandmother, who passed on, I think, a year ago, the first thing that she will ask me when she calls is, buy me airtime. She couldn't even say airtime, so she used to call it A-time. She will say, I have run out of A-time. Please load my A-time. So we all knew that she was always on the phone. That's how digital we have become as a society. I'm sure all of us sitting here, those that are fortunate to still have their grandmothers and their grandfathers, you are buying your grandparents A-time because they really need the A-time. I will now call to the stage our moderator, Ms. Tshepiso Masinya, accompanied by the panel, Mr. Itumeleng Lesufi, who is from the Competition Commission, Mr. Liaquat Subrathi, you will forgive me if I have botched your name, who is also from the Consumer Goods and Services Ombudsman, as well as Ms. Deborah Leila, who is from the South African Bureau of Standards. Can we encourage them as they come to the stage? Whilst they are coming to the stage, I'm also requesting the choir from the University of Mpumalanga to get ready. Immediately after this panel discussion, we are going to get entertainment from the choir. This panel, it's only allocated 15 minutes, so I request that we stick to that 15 minutes. You can see it's 12:30 to 12:45. So it's not me, it's the drafters of the program. I'm only the implementer. I'm inviting you, Ms. Masinya, you can take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The digital revolution has significantly transformed consumer behavior globally, and South Africa is no exception. With the increase of internet penetration, widespread smartphone adoption, and growing digital literacy, consumers are shifting their purchasing habits towards digital platforms. These digital platforms are for shopping, entertainment, financial services, and communications. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce my esteemed panel of guests who are joining me today. Mr. Itumeleng Lesufi, who is serving as a principal analyst at the Competition Commission of South Africa. He is the acting manager of the Marketing Inquiry Division, focusing on digital markets in South Africa. He's right at the end. Then we have, on my second right, is Mr. Lee Subrati. He's the appointed Consumer Goods and Services Ombudsman. He is the Ombudsman, and he's instrumental in addressing consumer grievances, particularly in the realm of online transactions. Under his leadership, he has facilitated refunds amounting to 12.1 million in the last financial year. On my right directly is Ms. Deborah Lala. She is the Divisional Head Consumer Partnering at the South African Bureau of Standards, and she's responsible for customer engagement. She plays a crucial role in selling and setting and maintaining standards that ensure product quality and safety, thereby safeguarding consumer interests in South Africa. Please give them a round of applause. E-commerce has seen exponential growth in South Africa, with platforms like Takealot, Superbalist, and Checker60 leading the market. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated shopping habits significantly, and retail is projected to maintain steady growth. Mr. Lesufi, excuse my notes. With more business bypassing traditional retail channels and selling directly to consumers, competition in digital markets is intensifying. While this creates convenience and lower prices for consumers, it also raises concern about monopolization, data privacy, and fair competition. How is the Competition Commission addressing these challenges?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for inviting me to this important celebration. The work done by the Competition Commission does show that, or does confirm that there is indeed extensive adoption and use of digital platforms by consumers, and this is attributable to a number of factors. For example, there has been increased access to internet. I mean, if one does a comparison between now and probably 5 to 10 years ago, more and more consumers have access to internet. And I think stats indicate that more than actually 75% of consumers have access to internet. But also what adds to this is the accessibility. More and more consumers have access to smartphones. And research also shows that over 98% of consumers actually use smartphones to access internet. And most importantly, there has been a reduction in data prices. And I think we did, as the Commission did make a contribution to this. There is more that still needs to be done. But again, there are a lot of benefits that digital platforms offer, some of which you have already mentioned. And all of these factors attract consumers to digital markets. They make them to use, to move a little bit from traditional retailers, and to start using digital platforms. But this now also means that there will be intensive competition among digital platforms themselves. And sometimes this intensive competition leads to what we call anti-competitive practices, or attracts anti-competitive practices. So quite recently, the Commission concluded what we call a market inquiry into online intermediation platforms. Basically, these are platforms that link or facilitate transactions between, on the one hand, consumers, and on the other hand, businesses. And through this market inquiry, we were able to identify a number of anti-competitive practices. These practices include practices such as the exclusion of some of the businesses from the market. And we know that once competition is reduced, it means that this has an impact on consumers, because the consumer choice is limited, and often that is followed by high prices. We have also seen practices that directly impact on consumers themselves, including the imposition of high prices. So through this market inquiry, the Commission has been able to come up with interventions that ensure that, number one, there is healthy competition, not just in traditional markets, but also in among digital platforms. But number two, we have come up with remedies that seek to ensure that small and medium-sized enterprises have an equitable opportunity to participate in these markets, to avoid a situation where you would just have markets being concentrated and a substantial number of small firms being excluded. So overall, all of these remedies that we have imposed ultimately are for the benefit of consumers, because they make sure that digital markets are accessible, and all consumers can reach those digital markets and they are not exploited. But again, our remedies seek to ensure that traditional markets continue to function also, and that they are not forced to shut down.
Okay. Mr. Subrati, the surge in online transactions has led to the rise in consumer complaints regarding product misrepresentation, delayed deliveries, and fraud. Consumer trust is crucial for sustainable e-commerce growth. What measures can be taken to enhance consumer confidence in digital marketplaces, and how does the CGSO handle disputes, particularly in this space?
Thank you so much to the leadership for this opportunity. I think I'm going to rephrase that question. How do we educate each other? Because when we educate each other, we educate consumers, we educate the different sectors on e-commerce. And I think I hear the talks of that we're moving towards a digital age. I think the reality is that we've been in it for quite some time. We're almost catching up from a compliance perspective. We're catching up from a consumer redress perspective. I'm going to take a second to talk about our stakeholder, the consumer. Now remember, we deal with vulnerable consumers. These are consumers sometimes that are of a high age. We know that airtime was mentioned, things like inclusion. And I think the important thing is that, and the funny thing is that in COVID, airtime was the highest category of products or services purchases. Because why? Because it filled the gap of communication. We couldn't physically be face-to-face, so we had to use alternative methods of communication, which was airtime, which is data. Now at the Consumer Goods and Services Ombud, our main priority is to include the consumer, is to have access for the consumer. In fact, our strategic direction this year is to create greater access, a greater quality complaint service. But what does this look like? This means simplifying the dispute so that the consumer walks away better informed and better understand. And I know for many of us, when we think about things like AI, when we think about things like e-commerce and the pace at which it has risen, I mean, my colleague referred to that it's about 75% consumers have access to the internet, have access to e-commerce and digital spaces. The reality is that the statistics show that by 2029, that figure is going to increase by 22%, which means that every single person, if you look at it, I would say 9 out of 10 people will have access to e-commerce, will have access to purchasing products. Now, on the redress side, what do we do when something goes wrong? And that is where we step in. So I think our main priority is to educate consumers on not only what to do when things go wrong, but how to protect yourself. Things like phishing, things like, they call it spoofing, things like, they call it angling phishing now. You get different types of phishing for e-commerce, which is weird. And these are things, I mean, we saw just the other day where these hackers or these predatory sort of practices involve mimicking social media accounts to draw in consumers so that once they're there, you put your credit card details and everything in there. So I think just to sum up, the number one priority, and this is a call to action for every person in the room, because every person is either a mother or a father, every person is a child, a grandparent, is to educate the entire line, I would say the whole supply chain. Supply chain is from young people to elderly people. I mean, I have a 7-year-old now who comes to me with a cell phone or with an iPad, not by my authority though, but gets it somehow, and asks me to approve an application on Google Play. Now, this is what we're dealing with. We have younger consumers that are going to enter the consumer market. They are our future leaders. They are our future policy makers. And if we start from the ground level on education and all aspects, data privacy, CPA, consumer protection, how to empower yourself, how to educate others, I think we're looking forward to a very bright future, and we can hopefully meet the demands of 2025 when 99% of consumers are active on the e-commerce platform, and we strengthen the consumer framework. I guess the goal is to have no complaints, so I'm essentially working myself out of a job. That's the goal. But I think with that comes sustainability, inclusion, and I think, a better industry for all. Thank you.
Thank you. So advocacy is quite key in ensuring e-commercial sustainability. Mrs. Lala, the digital marketplace has made it easier for substandard or counterfeit products to reach consumers. The South African Bureau of Standards plays a critical role in ensuring product safety. How is SABS adapting its standards and enforcement mechanisms to keep pace with the rapid digital transformation in retail?
Thank you, Moderator, for your question. With regards to how we're adapting, so let's first look at the consumer rights. So in 1962, I think when JFK first addressed and he delivered a speech on consumer rights, he spoke about consumers having the right to safety, having the right to be informed, having the right to a choice, and having the right to be heard. In 1999, the consumer movement added to that, right? And in terms of their additions, they looked at the right to a healthy environment, the right to education, the right to redress, and the right to satisfaction of basic needs. So in terms of standards development, the first and foremost things with regards to developing standards is to always understand what are the rights of a consumer. The second thing is that we do realize that, like you speak about the evolving landscape, we need to also understand that consumers purchase goods for a fit for purpose, right? And in terms of that, they actually underscore or actually detail or define what is fit for purpose, what is quality to them. And when we are developing standards, as much as consumers are operating in a different marketplace, like that of a digital space, where there's influencers that's predominant, or whether there's access to a very wide market, at the end of the day, the consumer knows their expectations. So in terms of developing standards, at SABS, we engage with different role players, whether it's government, whether it's legal, but more especially around the consumer, who defines what quality is to them, who also defines what their preferences are. And in terms of adapting, understanding where the consumer is in terms of the marketplace and their expectations is exactly how we adapt when it comes to development of standards.
Mr. Lusofi, social media, I want to go back to the social media. Social media platforms in terms of your Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and etc., they're increasingly becoming a business platform. And the rise of influencer marketing, targeted ads, and the user generated reviews also present risks. This includes misinformation and deceptive ads. So how does the Competition Commission regulate this aspect to ensure a fair marketplace?
Thank you very much, Tsepiso. So the Commission is currently conducting another market inquiry, and I think this is quite helpful because the report, we've just issued the draft report, so I can talk about some of the things that come out of that market inquiry. And this market inquiry focuses on social media, right? And it shows how social media, that's your TikTok, Facebook, how these platforms have evolved from the initial focus of just being instruments that are used to share content of a social nature, but to now platforms that are used, for example, to consume news. We recently conducted a survey that shows that 77% of consumers now use social media to access news. This has implications, serious implications, particularly for traditional journalism, or that includes your broadcasters and print media, who generally would assist in terms of providing consumers with accurate information. So you now see consumers being exposed to misinformation, which is quite a serious concern. But most importantly, this shift means that even advertising shifts from traditional print and broadcasting, and this has a significant impact on general media and journalism. But most importantly, this has an impact on, for example, a community and local media as well. So these are some of the things that we have identified through this market inquiry, and we feel that these are concerns that require a remedy, because if they are not remedied, you will see a slow diminishing of different media outlets, including local media outlets that play an important role in sharing information with our communities. But again, if these media outlets are they close, it means that the prevalence of misinformation increases. So through this market inquiry, we hope that we will be able to come up with remedies that ensure that there is fair competition between these social media platforms as well as the traditional media. But most importantly, these remedies would ensure that consumers are not exploited in terms of, for example, the kind of information that is shared with them, but also businesses are also not exploited in terms of them now paying very high prices when they advertise on social media for space.
Thank you. I'm taking from that, Mr. Subrati, artificial intelligence. It's revolutionizing marketing through personalized recommendations and data-driven targeting. So there are concerns about data privacy, consent, and potential consumer exploitation that still remain. So what safeguards should businesses and regulators implement to protect consumers from unethical AI-driven marketing practices?
Thank you so much. So I'm going to take us back to the year 2000 when we just heard of names like Kalahari and Take-Two. At that point in time, it was just, I would say, an easy interface. You went online, you saw a pair of sneakers that you liked, you purchased it, it got delivered to your door. Now, before you even click on the dotted line, you obviously are subjected to multiple advertisements. And to take it a step further, these are not just any advertisements. These are advertisements that speaks to you as a consumer. They profile you as a consumer, so they know exactly what you like. They know exactly what you've been searching for. They know exactly what you need in your kitchen tomorrow to bake that pancake for your kid. So with that evolution and the speed of that evolution, it's almost like we have to allow compliance to walk that route when it comes to data privacy. If there's one takeaway, that it's not only the supplier that's in the chain, it's also the consumer. And that's why a proactive consumer leads to a better protected consumer, is because we have to acknowledge the fact, and I'm glad that the NFO is here, the National Financial Ombudsman, because they would bear testament to the high levels of fraud, the high levels of predatory behaviors from rogue entities. And because you cannot separate goods and services and financial implications, is because I use my credit card to purchase that sneakers. I use my credit card to get food at home to Uber Eats, from Uber Eats, for example, if I'm stuck in traffic for my child. So at the same time, I would say that how do we deal with AI? I think it's an opportunity, it's an enabler. It's an enabler for us to use it as an opportunity to look at what gaps and what threats can we fulfill with AI by getting the experts in the room, the AI technicians, the IT infrastructure, and those experts to determine how can we better protect the consumer, but most of all, how can we allow the supplier an opportunity to, while they're advertising their products and stuff, to give the consumer the opportunity to be protected. And that, yes, we spoke about education, but it's also detailed education. It's also sector-focused education. What are we seeing in terms of the trends? What type of fraud are we seeing in the age group specifically, in the different areas in the country? And I think targeted and focused education groups revolving around that center will not only protect consumers, but also allow through AI to educate them. I mean, if you pick up a cell phone at any given time, you can manipulate your data or manipulate your app to be focused just like how they can determine what you like. I think we somehow, I'm not sure how we're going to do this, but it's a future thinking thing, we can somehow sort of use these devices and the data and the opportunities that as soon as a consumer opens the app, what about 10 different things that to be looked out for before you transact? Maybe this is something a supplier can implement, These are the things to look out for. What do you need to do to ensure that your credit card details are not being compromised? What is screen grabbing? All of these things cannot be separated. And I think that if we look towards not necessarily the gaps, but look towards how can we leave a better informed consumer, how we can empower them, we not only include them in the process, but I think we move towards a better secured sector for consumer protection.
Definitely. This is quite an interesting one, because just like Imi was saying, her grandmother starts saying airtime, airtime. And a lot of times when they start opening the internet, they just click, 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 and they find themselves entering details that are not supposed to be entered, and they compromise themselves. So the education at that is targeted becomes very critical, because usually the digital age, we are speaking at this level, we are more urban. but you've got more also the rural sector that generally gets left behind, especially because of this terminology, and that then becomes a challenge for e-commerce to grow. Ms. Lala, I would like to ask you, consumers are becoming more conscious of environmental and ethical issues, demanding sustainable products and responsible business practices. How is the SABS ensuring that companies adhere to sustainability standards, and how can businesses align their practices with the growing demand for ethical consumerism?
Okay, thank you. I think consumer concerns will always change as a consumer evolves, right? And in terms of ethical considerations, standards has a role in this. So if you look at some of the standards, if you look at maybe ISO 9001, which is general, it gives you a guideline on general quality management. Then we have the ISO 31000, which is a framework that assists with risk management. And then you look at something like the ISO 14001, which speaks about the environmental management. So there are standards that actually address the concerns of the consumer when it comes to ethics and their passion around it. But in terms of who are the role players and how do we drive this, there's if you look at the circle in terms of the marketplace, as much as standards are developed and as much as we engage with different organizations and different government bodies to try and educate the consumer as well as business people, it is the consumer at the end of the day that makes a choice when it comes to their purchases. And when their purchases are aligned to those ethical decision making, it actually forces business to start aligning their business practices, because if they do not actually align their business practices, they're not going to really be able to compete in that marketplace. So I think in terms of that, everyone has a role to play as much as standards are developed, and you can see that, as I said, in terms of the evolving consumer and their needs thereof, SABS develops the standards and the frameworks to guideline and assist in that space. But then again, when it comes to the different role players, we all, especially as consumers ourselves, have a role to play.
Thank you. Your closing remarks. Mr. Lesofi, what is the future of retail, given that we've got an increasing online platform? How do you balance online and offline experiences? Because that's very key.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, at least from the work done by the Commission, what we are seeing, especially in e-commerce, is that offline and online retail actually complement each other. In other words, they are not, to use technical language, they are not substitutes. So this means that at least for now and hopefully in the future, traditional retail is not under threat. And if you think about it, there are consumers who still prefer to go to the brick and mortar stores for purchases, especially big purchases. Why? Because they still want to have the touch and feel before they make transactions. And if you look at how these traditional businesses, how they have been evolving, their evolution, it's such that they have just added online retail and not with the intention of replacing that with the traditional retail. So for as long as there is this complementary element, it means that even in the future, offline retail would still be there. But I think what is important would be for regulators to continue monitoring these markets. The fact that the focus is shifting to online doesn't mean that we must now neglect and forget about offline retail, because those are still dominant and they are still responsible for substantial or for significant volumes of sales that occur. So the balance would be for us as regulators to pay attention to both online and offline retails. Of course, there is a need for us to continue nurturing the growth and maturity of online retail, and make sure that there is these markets are competitive and inclusive. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dubrati, how are you going to ensure that we close the gap in terms of education from our urban and rural and balance that with for our online purchases?
So I agree with my colleague in the sense that I think the amount of e-commerce transactions in terms of our total retail purchase only amounts to 6%. And this is lower than our other countries globally. So I think that's where we start. I mean, they're already there because they're dealing with much bigger sort of issues. I think we can learn from what they are doing. And as we get there, we know that the face-to-face transactions and online transactions still has its place. Look at how they can use each other, the face-to-face, to educate consumers. But in terms of online, I think we have great mechanisms. And like I'm saying, it's about education, and it's about teaching suppliers, teaching producers, or whoever is transacting online to educate their first consumer. Because once they do that, we enable better protection. And as I mentioned, our strategy is for greater access. We are also grappling, like everybody else, with AI. What does this mean? But our vision is to make it accessible to the most vulnerable consumer and to make sure that regardless of who you are, regardless of where you come from, regardless of level of education, you have access to quality dispute resolution. But what does this mean? And I'm going to say one word: simplicity. We are here to take that legislation, to take the legal terms and everything else, and to collapse all of it all and deliver a message that's simple enough that even though you may not be successful as a consumer, you walk away better informed. Because what we find, sometimes you don't know what you don't know. And I'm going to end with a quote. I'm going to follow the MEC, the Honorable MEC, from Gandhi's quote. Gandhi says that peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to cope with it. And that is what we are. The Ombud industry, is that we are here to help the consumer cope with the conflict, but leave them better informed, better protected, so that they don't make the same mistake twice. And if it does happen, they know where to go to and how to assist themselves, therefore empowering themselves. That would be my closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lala, closing remarks. How are you going to make sure that the ISO gets to your small businesses who really seem so foreign to many of them?
So in terms of small businesses, with regards to the initiatives that SABS actually undertakes at this point, is that we engage with different institutions and we sign MOUs so that we actually try and train and educate as much as possible. The focus has always been on SMMEs. We also have outreach programs where we, distribute. There's a target that we actually distribute. I think it's about 2 million rand vouchers, where we offer certifications and standards to these SMMEs. So in terms of quality and what we stand for, and in terms of promoting and maintaining and developing those standards, we are actually making ourselves accessible to those smaller companies.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to advocate for the marketplace that balances innovation with consumer rights, ensuring that as technology advances, it does so inclusively and equitably. Thank you to my panel members, and I wish you all the best.
I just want to share another way of ensuring that we protect, especially some of the old consumers from these TikToks and the like. My parents are in their mid-70s, so I recently also learned that they joined TikTok. And to ensure that I protect myself and protect them from TikTok, I actually said, in case you post any video that you post, you pay 6,000 rands. So that is just to ensure that I protect myself, because with this technology, you can never be sure what these old people are going to post. They watch some videos there, they're also interested to post something, then they end up posting things that they shouldn't be posting. I will now invite the choir from the University of Mpumalanga to give us a rendition.
Nababantu besibiza mama.
Nababantu besibiza. Nababantu besibiza. Besibiza, besibiza, besibiza. Osani, izoboni UMP. Nababantu besibiza. Nababantu besibiza. Besibiza, besibiza, besibiza. Osani, izoboni UMP. 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 Osani, izoboni UMP.
Tivavile bethetha, tivavile bebusana, tivavile bethetha, bebusana nge-UMP. Tivavile bethetha, tivavile
Bebusana, bethetha, bebusana nge-UMP. Bethetha, bebusana. Bethetha, bebusana nge-UMP. Bethetha, bebusana. Bethetha, bebusana nge-UMP. Mababuze ku, mababuze ku, nge-UMP. Mababuze ku, mababuze ku, nge-UMP. Bethetha, bebusana. Bethetha, bebusana nge-UMP. Uyababona laba bantu begijima, begijima, begijima. Uyababona laba bantu begijima.
hamba ngestimela.
Istimela, 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 istimela. Naso siza kuthi ungasali. Naso siza
Hayi ngeSwati bathi kudala ngwede lula. You know, yeah, mfazi ongazalanga I shame. Nakufika izinto ezinje uvela ubone kahle ukuthi hayibo. Ngempela basenza sababasha abantwana. Hayi cha. But uma baqeda lana, you know, you kind of like feel as if, you know what, those years, I think we have to be speaking to the Vice Chancellor. I don't know whether university has a night school. I know ordinary schools, they do have night schools, you know, for the elderly so that we can go back to those years of choir competitions. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, after them leaving this stage, and then we had the previous panel speaking about, you know, the issues of the digital era and how it has moved. Let me just tell you a story. Last week, I felt so old. I don't know what I did with my phone, but I know that I went on Google Play. What happened there, I downloaded an app. And then after that app, because I was supposed to be updating an app, all of a sudden, my Siri just went wild. I opened my maps. After opening my map, I'm traveling, and all of a sudden, I get this advert. And then I've been struggling for an hour or so to like, what did I do? I got home, somebody said, I called my daughter and I said to her, you know what? This is what is happening to my phone. She says, oh, Mama, why can't you just go back and remove all the updates? It was so simple, but after doing that, and I was waiting, you know, went to my maps, and then all of a sudden, those adverts were popping up. Now, that reminded me of a story of saying, when you are looking at us as consumers, how do you define vulnerability? Is it because you are not educated, or because the circumstance under which you would find yourself, most of the time trading under, it makes you vulnerable? Because by that time when that apps started updating, I could have done something very stupid in terms of the click hijack. Now, when you are looking into these issues now of digitization of our financial services, and you look at ourselves now when we have to be buying digital markets and clicking and all that, do we know when our apps are safe? And I think when you come to financial services and offerings, you really realize sometimes, especially if you have to do a transaction, you're buying a home and all that, you know, sometimes I say to the people, give me your account using your WhatsApp so that I can just transfer you 500 Rand, and after that you can tell me if you've received it, and then I can do the bulk. Because you get so scared to say, what if I just one digit and that money is gone, especially on the EFT. But I am sure that there are people today that will be telling us about issues of fraud, cybersecurity, and also our vulnerability, educated as we are when it comes to financial services. I am going to call to the podium the panel facilitator, Mr. Silolo, and then will be followed by the panelist. Uganda, I've seen Uganda somewhere, and then Ubongani, Gwekle, and then Dr. Utogo, and then Advocate Chilizi, Chilizi, and then Utemba Mahlangu, NFO, I've seen NFO, and I am sure that the other colleague, Mr. Donald Baloyi Zulzim, he will be joining us, but I'm going to leave this to Mr. Silolo to introduce his panel and maybe educate us a little bit in terms of my series. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the panel is finding its way to the podium, I'm just wanting to see if there is an extra chair. If there isn't, we will have a mic that goes. Yeah, but bekunabantu bebakhuthele la moving the furniture around. Now they dance themselves, they are to exhaustion. They don't come back and fix our things here. Yes. So, all right, good afternoon again. My name is Joseph Silolo, and I am the company secretary at the NCC. It is my pleasure to facilitate this discussion or debate or ideas sharing with you colleagues this evening or afternoon. Do not worry too much about my hand. I had a tussle with a lion. I think you should be keeping that lion in your thoughts. It didn't do so well. Our topic is fair digital. It's because the first word is fair. Digital financial marketplace and consumer protection. The previous panel spoke a lot about the digital age and told us weird and wonderful things that we did not know about. I do not suppose that everything in life is bad. I have a strong suspicion that some of the things in this life are good. So, my panelists, let's have a discussion. Let's build this digital financial marketplace. I would like you, one by one, to introduce yourselves shortly and tell us what you do, and then thereafter, tell us what you think is this digital marketplace and how useful it is to the consumers as well as the service providers. I don't know which one is left and which one is right, because it doesn't appear that my left and your right are the same, so we'll start this side. Is this the right? Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donald Baloyi. I run a business called Zuzi, which is a grocery delivery platform. We're quite popular in Gauteng. A lot of young people order alcohol from us. And then we also are the guys who are behind ShopRite Checkers 6060. So we do the tech for them. So we developed the platform for Checkers. We still continue to look after them. This topic that we are discussing is such an important topic in terms of like how do we create these marketplaces. I think what is actually even more important here is when you look in the tech space, there's so many players entering our space. For South Africa, if you look at like the players like Amazon coming here, you look at guys like the Chinese guys also coming here. What for me is more important today is what are we going to do as South Africans, right? What are we going to do, number one, as well, to protect our companies, the local companies that are here? And we must also realize the threat that it possesses, right? Like if you look at like now, the media that we consume, right? We're consuming a lot of media from platforms that are also very political, right? Platforms such as X, for instance, Twitter, formerly known as Twitter. They've also made it clear where their views are, right? And that should also serve as a wake-up call to South Africans as to like, what are we going to do? That's a question that we should all answer to say, what are we going to do to protect ourselves? Because you've got players who've got very firm interest in coming into the country, take the stuff that we have and make us consume their own things, right? The likes of Temu, Shein, the prices looks to be very attractive, but what are we going to do as well to protect our industry? Is it a good thing when the guys come here? Some of them, in fact, even end up telling us stories that don't exist. Like on X, you see people saying, yeah, like, look at this picture of people that are getting killed in South Africa, which is not true, right? And the problem is when we don't have our own platforms, right, we can't then say anything about that. And then the consumer and the countries then are not protected from that. So for me, we're entering a very, I'll say like a lot of things are going to become very important in the tech space. The AI as well is coming in. A lot of deep fakes. People are going to be creating a lot of deep fakes. You're going to see a lot of videos where you might think is the president who has actually said those things, but is not, right? And that actually poses, like, I think there's a big threat that is coming in our side, but we have to be actively involved in it. And I believe we should be creating solutions that are African, like are made here in Africa, right? That story of like, we can't do it as Africans, it doesn't exist, right? And I mean, like what we've done, for instance, with Checkers is an example of an African story where young people from here create a solution that can be world-class. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, let's hear from you. Before you start, Madam Tezi, can I ask you with your chair to join us? Because he asked the question, how do we protect ourselves? But his question is from the angle of how do we protect business, South African business. So I would like you to also assist us. These questions I have reserved for you. Yes, ma'am. Council for?
Council for Medical Schemes.
Thank you.
My name is Togo Potelwa, and I work for the Council for Medical Schemes, specifically the unit that deals with member protection. The unit has 4 subunits, which is customer care, education and training, complaints adjudication unit, and the clinical advisory services. With regards to financial digital marketing, my understanding is we are in the 4th industrial revolution, and that talks to the Internet of Things, that talks to AI, that talks to robotics, that talks to data collection. And for us to move forward as society and as a country, we need to collect data that will be useful in solving the challenges that we have as a country, as well as looking at opportunities that are there for the country going forward. Within the medical aid industry, already this is happening. People do get messages on their phone when they deal with their claims or education of members with chronic conditions. They get educational information so that they can change their behavior. So it is important that as organizations, we ensure that there is investment into setting digital strategies to ensure that also it helps in creating efficiencies and reducing costs, especially within the medical aid industry, what we call non-healthcare expenditure. So by having certain functions automated, you are able to reduce costs back to the consumer. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chidi Dramatikiti. I am a board member of Council for Debt Collectors, which is a council that deals with the regulation of debt collectors. They need to register with the Council for Debt Collectors to be able to legally collect debts. So in the main, the function of the council is to oversee and ensure that consumers are not ripped off, to put it in literal terms. So if there are challenges, consumers can then report if there is abuse. So to that extent, it is for free. So we will be able to look into that and deal with all those complaints and ensure that debt collectors are held accountable. In my other life, I am an advocate by profession. I also am an employee of the Department of Justice, which is responsible for the Council for Debt Collectors. I am the provincial head for the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development here in Mpumalanga. We are responsible for all the courts, 48 odd courts that are here in Mpumalanga. So we deal with the administration of justice and enhance access to justice. So any other issues pertaining to challenges with the law, we are dealing with those. In line with what you have asked, in terms of the digital financial market space, for me, this is one issue that it's a space that we need to embrace, in that it provides you with an opportunity to see all the options that you would need to take in the comfort of your own home. As long as you've got internet connectivity, you are able to access and see all the aspects that you would want to engage with. I would give you an example of Hippo. When you want a car insurance, I just bought a car. When you want insurance, you don't even need to move from one house or to one office to the other. You just sit there and say, this is me, these are my options, this is how I drive, or this is for whatever purposes. And it works out all the algorithms to say, this is the best cover for you, and this is the price that you're going to pay. So for me, that issue of the digital financial market space, it's an opportunity that makes life very easy for the consumers, and we need to embrace and work on that. Thanks.
Thank you, my kind sir. Baba, I see that it says financial. Tell us in your perspective. Again, you'll introduce us and tell us what you do and where you are from. Colleagues, don't be surprised. You see, in my training, I speak with the audience behind me. So it's not very usual for me to speak with the audience in front of me. When that happens, I know I'm not getting paid. But when the audience is behind me, the outcome doesn't matter. I still get paid. So don't be surprised now and then. I'm earning my keep when now and then I face the other way. Yeah. So in your space, the usefulness of the digital age, the positives.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. Firstly, I'm Bongani Kwekle from the National Credit Regulator, from Statistics and Research Department. I think maybe let me start this way. In 2020, just before COVID, we were getting about 10 million new applications per quarter. Now, in the latest quarter of 2024, we are getting 18 million new applications per quarter. That will tell you the impact of the digital space. I was saying a lot of people are applying there. But from my point of view, I think we are moving too fast, because just yesterday we were talking about financial inclusivity. Now we're jumping to digital space, but in doing so, 80% of new credit that is granted per quarter is coming from the big 6 banks, right? 80%. Now, when we're dealing with the digital space, those small guys who are coming up will be left behind again. So the inclusivity part of it, maybe that's where we need to pay more of focus. But in terms of the positives from the digital space, now it's easier for a consumer to apply, and also a consumer has got a lot of options to apply for credit. Again, in my mind, I'm still thinking, is credit something that should be taken online? When you think it is such an emotional decision that is taken, someone can just go to a groove and then they run out of cash, they go outside, they go to their app, they apply to increase their limit, they go inside, they buy a champagne and all of that. So that's the point maybe that I think regulators, they need to look at. Should credit be taken online, or what times should it close? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bongani. So if I have a gambling problem and I've run out of funds, so I can fund myself quickly online. Yes, so it is a discussion that the regulators must have. Ombud, let's hear from you.
Sanbonani, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gwanda Vabaza, and I'm from the National Financial Ombud Scheme. We're based in Rosebank. Some of you may not know, but can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So we recently amalgamated credit, banking, the long-term and the short-term insurance ombuds to form this one organization, now called the NFO. I'm here representing that NFO, and I just want to extend my boss's apologies for not making it Miss Rihanna Stein. So when it comes to digital market or financial market services, we obviously are the people who investigate the complaints when something goes wrong. A lot does go wrong. And I just want to say that as the Ombud, we've always been there. I mean, when pins, ATM pins were introduced, I remember there were organizations or banks that afforded 3 chances for someone. If you enter a pin 3 times, it blocks. And then we had one financial organization that offered about 5 or 6 of them. So there was no limit. So we influenced the change there because we challenged that practice, comparing it to other practices, not just locally, internationally. What is the acceptable practice when it comes to pins? Internet banking became an issue. We had banks, for instance, if you wanted to edit a beneficiary, some sent an OTP, others did not send an OTP. We challenged that practice, and I can tell you today that all banks, if someone, not just editing the account number, if you edit an account number, you change a name, they must send you an OTP. It is because of, obviously, our influence in that space, because there was a lot of fraud, because the fraudsters are clever. They're the ones, I promise you, who know exactly the loopholes when it comes to these things. So the banks and other financial institutions will make sure that they're keeping up with these changes. Recently, we had contactless mobile pays, or we call it tapping your phone when you pay. We saw a lot of fraud starting to pick up. We engaged the financial institutions, and because of us, they went and engaged the MasterCards, the Visas, those organizations. And today, I can tell you now that a lot of the banks have changed the practice. So what I'm saying to you is that a lot of the people and a lot of us, and Bengali no Mama Buza, and thinking about the phone, your phone issue, that a lot of us do not know exactly how to use these apps, especially the banking apps. We know that we can, for instance, even our cards, we know we can tap them, but most of us do not understand that we do not know that we can actually remove the tap and pay option. And these are things that financial institutions need to be teaching consumers. And unfortunately, or fortunately, actually, I think here in this room, we have enough organizations to collaborate, to go out there and be teaching people about our services, the different services that we are offering. Yesterday, just 2 minutes. Yesterday, I had people talking about the effectiveness of the NCA and the consumer protection. And I sat and I was looking at the achievements that we have achieved as the NFO, and I see the achievements MIOSA has achieved and other ombuds here. And I think that actually there is a lot of protection for consumers. We are effective. I would say that as an ombud, I must say, I must blow our horn here. In 1 year, since our inception, between 1st of March 2024 and 1st of March 2025, we were able to recover over 416 million for consumers. We received over 40,800 complaints. And for me, that is a clear indication that our services are needed as ombuds as well as regulators. And I think there just needs to be greater collaboration in how we address the issues that we're currently facing.
Great work there. Let's clap for them. 400 million is quite a handsome amount, if I could get some of it. My brother.
Thank you. My name is Themba Mahlangu from the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. In short, it's called FSCA. What is our mandate? The FSCA, I'm from Consumer Education Department. Our responsibility is to make sure that we capacitate consumers in South Africa so that they know their rights and responsibilities and buy financial products and services from informed position. Because most consumers, they buy financial products and services, and because sometimes it's pressure from reps, it's pressure from brokers, it's pressure from agents, because they sell them products that they don't need. Because remember that we are regulating a profit-driven industry that is more concerned about themselves than the consumer. So we regulate the entire financial services sector. I'm talking about banks, insurance, investment companies, and fund administrators who are selling provident fund and pension fund. So we regulate them to make sure that whatever they sell, they put a consumer first before their profit. So in terms of our topic today, a fair digital marketplace for and consumer protection, it is a very important platform, Chairperson, because as you know that most of the South Africans, especially people in the rural areas and townships, are not financially included. There's too much exclusion in the financial space. So the digital marketplace gives a lot of opportunities for South Africans to participate in the mainstream economy and push inclusivity. And also we have seen now that things have shifted online. Most of the industry role players are selling their products online, which is good and fair. However, what we've noticed as well, it has opened a gate for cyber crime. And also, there's too much scams. A lot of South Africans are scammed because they go to platforms that they're not familiar with and they buy financial products and services and they end up being scammed. And we've also seen that now that since we are shifting the online, we are moving online, we've seen the emergence of cryptocurrency. During COVID, a lot of people bought Bitcoin and all these cryptocurrencies, and people lost a lot of money because they were not familiar with Bitcoin, how it works. So it's a bittersweet kind of a scenario. It gives opportunities, but also consumers are scammed because it gives comfort to buy products online. However, and also there are hidden costs that sometimes the industry is not transparent to consumers. There is also misleading advertising. And you'll find that sometimes consumers, they are not familiar with the recourse, of which that's where the NFO comes in. That's why we are in this partnership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. My good brother over here explained to us how the digital age or the digital marketplace is, but then he asked to say, but how do we protect us? And in that case, he was talking about business protection. Mamtezi, what is the role of certain regulators? Is it only to always fight business, or is it also to protect business? Now, in this case, he spoke about what we know, ShopRite 60, someone could have used Takealot, which are home or South African entities. How do we then protect South African entities from other online or digital markets that may be from outside?
Thank you. I'll just remind you also as well, Chair, in terms of time. In terms of now the South African digital space, is that every person or any other entity that's making business in South Africa in terms of the Consumer Protection Act, they are subject to the same laws that we are subjected to in South Africa. But then also what is important as well is that when a person is buying on any other platform, could it be an external platform in this case from any other country, is that the issues of the exit prices are also essential, and also the issues that businesses, actually a consumer, especially for an ordinary consumer that goes out on a platform to buy any other good, there would also be taxes levied on that, as we had actually seen from SARS, especially in responding to some of the platforms, especially that we are getting from Asia. But also, importantly as well, is that it's not only businesses that have to be protected as well, is the issues of the disclosure, that connectivity between the Electronics Communications Act and the CPA, wherein there is a relationship in terms of now making sure that when a consumer transacts, that supplier has to make sure that they know, or a consumer knows exactly where is the business located, what are the trading terms as well, and what is the pricing on which they are being charged. I remember as well the other issues that we suffered from is when you have a store that has I would say a physical stores in South Africa, but then when they fulfill their products, they will be either fulfilling them either from your Asia and all that. Then the problem that we had before then with the changes after COVID is that you order a size 40 in South Africa. Then when you get that good, then it becomes really a size 34 in South Africa. That would mean that what is also essential, it was around the issue of disclosure of the store to say that these goods, though you are buying them in South Africa, who fulfills them? And also in terms of making sure that we understand the denominator in which you are buying, because now you will see that when you go to other stores in South Africa, it will say to you, this in rands you will be paying this much, in Pula you will be paying this much, and in dollars it will be paying this much. This actually was to make it clearer to a consumer to say that the price that you will be paying for this in rands is this. Because sometimes consumers and sometimes businesses as well, our South African businesses, lost because now when somebody says $23.99, and then only to find that it's in dollars, and then somebody says, no, I'm buying. But if actually it is clear in terms of the exit price and the denomination that you are buying with, in essence, then consumers can compare fairly well. Thank you.
Now, my panelists, we now know that it is a useful and a very good thing to be in the digital space. And now, how do we protect the consumers when we look at the fact that there are challenges. Bongani spoke to some. The two gentlemen over there, they also spoke to some of the challenges that are there. You spoke to some in as far as consumers are concerned. How do we then protect the consumers in the digital space? This time, we start this side. FSCA.
Thank you so much. Well, from the FSCA side, what we've done is, especially when it comes to these financial products, bitcoins, and other products that are bought online, we've tightened the regulatory controls, especially when it comes to the bitcoins and other products. So you remember that FSCA and SARP, we had a challenge in regulating these online platforms. So what we've done together with SARP, South African Reserve Bank, and FSCA, we decided that the bitcoins and other platforms will be regarded as financial assets because they were not regulated. So we now regard them as financial assets. And we do this to protect consumers because a lot of role players like Luno and other blockchain companies who sell these online products were not regulated. So now they are regulated, which means anyone who give advice on Bitcoin and other online platforms must have a license with FSCA. We also partnered with SARP. We've got this sandbox that where consumers can complain. We also rely on digital platforms. We've got this Warning Wednesday where we educate consumers about their rights and responsibilities. And we also use traditional media, social media to warn consumers about their rights and responsibilities. And the main question is when someone gives you a financial advice, always ask the right question. Are you registered with Financial Sector Conduct Authority? And you must be given the license number and make sure that you access FSCA so that they can verify that license number with you, because some of these industry players, they steal other licenses from other industries. So they will give it to you and you'll think that it's legit. You'll realize later that the way I bought financial products and services, actually it's someone else's license. And by the time they are gone, you won't find them. So those are kind of initiatives that we have done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Our Ombud, how do you protect consumers in this age?
I think I mentioned a few instances where we protected consumers earlier. But I think consumers who come to our office, they get the education that they need to protect themselves and to educate their families and the public. The assessment reports that we write, or the findings, our findings, we will explain in detail what happened. We will explain what the bank, or in most instances, it is the banks involved. We do explain what the bank's responsibilities are and what the consumer's responsibilities are. We explain what the terms and conditions say when it comes to, for instance, disclosing your personal information, such as your card numbers, your PIN, your passwords, all those things. But again, in a lot of the cases that we see that a lot of consumers, they're not educated as to how these products work. And the banks offer these products as one size fits all, and they're not allowing for customization, because it is important for people to be able to say, I want to have access only to 100 rands, for instance, for the next 2 days or so. So those are discussions that we've had with the banks. We've had experts coming in our conferences, workshops with the banks, to offer these options, to find out from the banks, why is it not possible to have consumers design their own protection when it comes to using the apps, to using internet banking. But I think the greatest protection that we offer to consumers is that when something does go wrong, they do know that they have a redress body, which is the NFO, that will definitely assist them. And in a lot of the cases, you find that, yes, the consumer was in the wrong, but as soon as the consumer reported the incident to the bank, the banks took time, for instance, to mitigate that loss. That's where most of the monies we recover for consumers. The banks could have prevented the consumers' losses, but because of the delays, undue delays, they failed, and we hold them liable.
Ombud, just there, I noticed you speak about banks, and when you say banks, I'm thinking traditional banks.
Correct.
How about fintech? I understand now there's wallets that you get from even Vodacom, sorry to use the name, but from mobile service providers. You know, so there was something called M-Pesa, which I don't think it's a bank.
Yes.
Yes,
It's not.
and I think it's a digital platform. You have a bank account without a bank. So,
Yes, unfortunately, our jurisdiction only extends to banks that are members of BASA, the Banking Association of South Africa. They extend to the insurance companies registered with the FSCAs, as well as the non-bank service providers like the micro lenders who are our participants. So our jurisdiction only extends to those. But the M-Pesas, they're not regulated by us. We do not oversee those.
so consumers who venture into that realm, they must do so very carefully. But FSCA, do you have anything to do there?
Yes. As long you enter into a financial services sector, you must be regulated by FSCA. As long you receive premiums, contributions, you give financial advice, it doesn't matter what you do, you must be registered with FSCA. That's why we've tightened our controls when it comes to crypto assets. As long you enter into financial services sector, you must be registered with Financial Sector Conduct Authority. It doesn't matter, M-Pesa, whatever you do, online, traditional, you must be registered with FSCA. Otherwise, we are going to arrest you. We are going to pay 1 million rands. Thank you.
Nice. National Credit Regulator, how do we protect consumers, and what happens about these digital banks and credit providers that are not the traditional brick and mortar?
Okay, the moment you offer credit, you must be registered with the National Credit Regulator. It doesn't matter what platform you're using, you must register, and then you must make sure you follow all regulations in terms of affordability assessment and also assessing consumers properly. But how do you protect a consumer? Consumers are protected via a proper education. Down there we've got our education colleagues. A proper education. By proper education, I'm not talking as using a top-of-the-range language to explain to a consumer. Explain to a consumer to the simplest language that they can understand. Over the years, the research has shown that majority of people who are struggling with credit is the people who are most educated. They are academically educated, but they are financially illiterate. So as a result, you will see, I'm sure you've been to a shop, you will see someone, there are 5 people in front of them, they are going to pay. All of a sudden, the card is outside because it's a black card, right? So everyone must see that you've got a black card. But you just got 5 of them, you are paying, you are robbing Peter to pay Paul and all of that. So the only way you can be protected, you use proper education, and also you have a proper investigations, inspection, monitoring of those credit providers, that they do the right things at all the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Council for Debt Collectors. You know, when I heard the name, I thought it was debt collectors who came together to make a council. I think they must change that name. How do you protect us now that we know that we actually regulate the debt councillors, not that you are the debt council, the debt collector? Yeah, change that name. Your name sounds like you are a council of debt collectors who came together and say, let's see how we collect the debt.
Yeah. In the main, like I've indicated, it's an entity that belongs to the Department of Justice. But I hear maybe the name can be a bit confusing. But in the main, what the Council for Debt Collectors try to do is consumer advocacy. In the main, is to engage with the public, to educate them, to say who should be collecting debt from you. Are they registered? We've got systems in place. You can check against our website to say, is that person a registered debt collector? If not, then there are penalties that if we find those people that are not supposed to be collecting debt are doing that, it's a criminal offense. So they face those consequences. So, yeah, that is the main key issue. Thanks.
Now, I've noticed that my panelists spoke about the education, which is proactive in educating consumers, and that's a very good step. But now in the digital space, something has gone wrong. How do we then enforce? Because this is not brick and mortar, right? It's not, I don't know how it's done because I've never done it. I don't even know the recipe, I've just heard about it. That there's no brick and mortar, it's Joseph sitting somewhere with a laptop and doing weird and wonderful things. Not everyone must answer this, but how does the FSCA then enforce against an entity that is only in the, I don't know if they're in the cloud, but somewhere in the digital space?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that's the challenge that we have, to be honest. If you are not registered with the FSCA, we won't be able to know, like these guys who are selling crypto assets. Most of them, they will post on social media, nice cars, nice house, all these millions, you know. While I'm under the tree, and I say I'm staying in Sandton, look at how Bitcoin has, and you'll find that this person is not on our database. So that's the challenge that we have. We can only regulate someone who's on our database. It's like funeral parlors. They don't want to come on board because they know that what they are doing to the public in the townships, in the rural areas is wrong. Like, for example, we always come to them that let's work. If you see that the regulation is expensive, get an administrator. But they keep on taking contributions from burial societies and stockpiles, and they use this money for their own operation. And they also force consumers to use their services. And consumers, they've got the right to use their services and not. That's the challenge that we have. Hence, we encourage everyone in the space, come, be on our database, because we want to assist. Remember that our core is to protect consumers. So yeah, that's the challenge that we have.
Right. A particular section 65 came to mind when he says they then use the money for their own operations. Sister, how do you then, when it comes to enforcement, we've educated, but something still has gone wrong. This person is in the cloud somewhere.
The most important thing as well that we do is really to work together with other regulators.
Yes.
What we had picked up from colleagues is that if you do not, especially with your digital services, most of them that you have, there is a very thin line between legitimate and fraud. And what is really a problem here, especially when it comes to financial services, is really about consumers making more profit. So first of all, what we did as at the commission is that the safest way is to educate consumers around the issue of using the services of the South African Fraud Prevention Services. Before you even transact, is that person not flagged, either way, even if they seem too good to be true, as a fraudulent company? That's the first thing. The second thing that we do as well is around the issues, as we said, of really working with other regulators. But what we do better is actually to freeze the account. That's the most important thing that you can do for consumers. Freeze that account first before you even start with any other investigation. That is how then you get them to get out of the hole. Thank you.
All right. Let me have closing remarks. These ones have closed up to here from the fintech and the medical schemes.
Yeah, look, I mean, from where I'm sitting here, one of the most important thing, right? So if I look at like how even fraud is committed online, right, is because we're working in silos. And I almost like picked it up even in this panel, you know, that everybody is on their own. In fact, one guy, the CEO of MasterCard, I was in a meeting with him, and he was saying one of the mistakes we make is that we work in silos in the financial service sector. But the criminals, they work together. And what it means you as a regulator, you might not be able to understand anything that happens in the e-commerce space. And you shouldn't, because you're not in that space. So when you regulate something you don't know, definitely that's where the problems start. I still remember one of these days when I started my business, there was a criminal who ordered on my platform, and I could pick it up. I could see that this guy, he lives in this place, as much as it was an OTP and everything else. I could understand that this guy from Hillbrow, this guy is a criminal, so we flagged them on the system. So I remember how he would keep on ordering all the time. And I'll keep on like failing his orders, you know, that he orders and I'm the one who picks up the call to say, no, this order, we're failing it. I remember one day he was like, to me, he's like, no, dude, let's just work together. Allow me to get this order to go out, right? But one thing I picked up there is with the banks, there was no way for me to even say to the bank, this guy is a criminal, let's flag him together, right? So again, the togetherness matters the most, right? The other thing is also like, when I speak about like how business get protected, right? In e-commerce, scale is everything. And that's still a question. Like if you look in South African context, right? A lot of people might be tempted to think like e-commerce is so big, it's bigger than offline. It's not. In fact, what happens is a lot of crime that happens online because we're able to count online. It gets publicized the most, right? But does not mean that e-commerce is so big, there are a lot of fraud that happens online. So to give an example, the penetration of e-commerce in South Africa is still less than 6%, right? When I ask the question on how do you protect the big players, like you might think Takealot is so big, it's not. It's too small. And then economics of scale, when you're competing with a large-scale business from outside, matters, right? So then it becomes a question of like, what do we do when you have someone who's got scale? So for instance, like, as an example, if you are not doing less than, you're doing less than R1 billion in e-commerce space, how are you going to compete with Takealot? There's no way, because what? Economics of scale matters. How do they matter? When you've got these drivers, whether they're independent or they're not independent, you have to pay them at the end of the day. How you pay them according to how they do the deliveries. Someone who's got scale can pay them because, you know, like they're busy delivering all the time. But if you don't have scale, it means you have to subsidize them from the pocket. So being able to understand those dynamics before we even talk about how we regulate stuff, then you can create a framework that allows you to regulate. And then the last important part as well that we have not spoken about is AI. That is coming thick and fast, right? And I feel sorry for us because we're also not talking about those things. Maybe about 2 months ago, I was in San Francisco, and it's real. Like self-driving cars are real, right? And those things is things that we have to embrace as well to say, what are we going to do, right? So there's quite a lot, but I think the biggest question that I'll say I will leave everyone with is we have to work together in this digital era. You cannot work in silos.
Collaboration.
Right? Yeah, collaboration is key. And collaboration means I should be able to go and sit with these guys, sit with Takealot, sit with the fintech, to understand what are the problems that they're facing and how do we create
Without
the framework.
colluding, of course, otherwise we'll clash with the Competition Commission.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's hear from closing. Yeah.
Just in closing, with regards to medical schemes and administrators, managed care companies and brokers, we apply our mandate as per the Medical Schemes Act. We ensure that there are no fly-by-night medical schemes that would defraud members. So we have a responsibility of registration and accrediting those entities that want to do that kind of work. When there are challenges, members have a complaints resolution process that they can follow. As well, we ensure that the information that is passed to the consumer must be concise and people must understand what they are buying. You will find that a lot of people are on options and they don't even know what they are entitled to and not entitled to.
All right. Thank you, my panelists. Yeah, so as you make your way back to your chairs, we thank you for talking to us. We have nothing for you. You can just sit down. I'm joking. They'll attend to you. Colleagues, from what I take from this discussion, as I'm waiting for the program directors to come back here and tell us what happens next, is that the digital marketplace is here and is here to stay, but we are slow to catch up. We must then understand it before we can regulate it so that we understand exactly what needs to be regulated. And secondly, as the program directors are coming to take their space back, we must collaborate in our efforts, and education to the consumers is key. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time.
Thank you very much, the moderator, Mr. Silolo, and the entire panel. We are drawing to the close of the program, but before we do the vote of thanks, I'm going to request Ms. Poppy Kweyama just to come and acknowledge our sponsors. Ms. Poppy, can we encourage her with a hand of applause, please?
A gravy shift. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As they always say that behind every successful something, there's somebody else. So behind this successful event today, even if I say so myself that is successful, there were sponsors, and we really would like to acknowledge our sponsors. Number one, we'd like to acknowledge Old Mutual. We'd like to also acknowledge Standard Bank, ABSA, CGSO, Consumer Goods and Services, Ombudsman, MIOSA, Motor Industry Ombudsman of South Africa, South African Bureau of Standards, SABS, Take a Lot as well, and the entire CPF family that are here. Thank you so much to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much to all our sponsors. Indeed, we wouldn't be having this successful event if it was not because of your contribution. We are now on the last item that is standing between us and lunch. I will now invite the Honorable MEC from the Department of Finance, Tourism and Economic Development in the province of the Free State to come and do the closing remarks. After the Honorable MEC had spoken, I'm going to request my co-program director to give the announcements in terms of the arrangements for lunch. Can we give a hand of applause for the Honorable MEC Makome?
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to the MEC, my colleague. Greetings to the HODs, acting HOD from Limpopo, HOD from the hosting province, and the HOD from Free State. I want to thank the MEC for inviting us here. I want to thank you for two things. One, to give us a platform to promote Free State in Mpumalanga. But secondly, to welcome us with two songs. There were two songs that were sang by students here. The Sotho song about Seana Marena and Kinekiri Kiabapala Kawela. So those are Sotho songs. Thanks very much. You know, it's always nice when you are far away from home, somebody then start to speak your language. You feel very much welcome. So thanks very much for that. Today we're celebrating the Consumer Rights Day. I just want to emphasize 7 of those, and which are rights that consumers must just be aware about them. Number 1, consumers have the right to basic needs. You know, it's a need that it must be told to consumers that these are your needs. They must have access to clothing, access to shelter. So any consumer must have access to those. Those are basic needs. The second needs which relates to that is the need to security. They must feel secure. They must just feel that we are saved in doing whatever business that we are doing, in consuming whatever that we want to consume. They must feel very safe. So they must be secured. The third one, consumers have the right to be informed. They must be informed so that whenever they take a decision, it's an informed decision. But also they must be informed about the price, the quality, and the quantity of what they are trying to consume or purchase on the market. So it's very much important. The fourth one is the right to be heard. At times we are not hearing consumers. Consumers are speaking out there. They are speaking a lot. They need to have influence on the production, but they also need to have influence on the pricing and the business conduct, including the business ethics. So that is the right that they inherit. Then they also have the right to redress. So once you have harmed a consumer, he has the right to visit you, an ombudsman, to come to you and say, look, I'm being hurt here. This product is not the product that I was expecting. It's something that must happen. They must also have the right to choose. You can't coerce or force consumers to do anything different. These are the rights that they inherit. But lastly is the right for education. People, they think to educate consumers, it's a favor. It's not a favor. It's a right. Because you are now empowering them to have knowledge and skills on the decisions that they are going to take. Anything that has been said here by panelists, which I also want to thank them, from the first category of panelists, it was one educational information that us who are seated here being consumers, we are empowered today. We know exactly that what is it that we need to do. So it's very much important to do that. Now, my last part. Free State is a beautiful place to go to, not to go through. So I'm inviting you, MEC, and the people of Mpumalanga to start and visit Free State. It's a very beautiful place. We came here to benchmark because we know that Mpumalanga is one of the beautiful, wonderful places in relation to tourism. So part of being here is to benchmark on you, because both me and you, we don't have the sea and the oceans that other provinces are priding themselves with. But at least we've got the beautiful landscape, we've got mountains. So I'm here to learn from you. Thanks, my sister, and thanks for everyone. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been such a wonderful, wonderful audience, and you allowed us actually to cut here and there to be where we are. You know, I'm not speaking just giving announcements. It will be disrespectful of me in terms of just kind of like giving a speech after my principal. From now on, lunch is going to be served. I request the MECs and our dignitaries, including also our panelists, that lunch will be served at Tfogomala, at Tfogomala venue, the lunch at Tfogomala for all guests, our MECs, our speakers, and our panelists. All other guests, colleagues, we've got this beautiful food from Tfogomala as well. So our venue is not big enough, but we would have the same menu that will be served at the back of the room. Please, we enjoy the lunch. Don't go away. You know, if you leave Ngadlanga, I shame it will be a disappointment to us from Mpumalanga. Then CPF members and all our planning group, I don't know, I think we're now working towards next year. So there will be a debriefing at 18:30. That will be at Indalo Lodge. So we want to hear how did this event go, the debriefing and all that, so that our principals will get a full report. It's today, 18:30, Indalo Lodge, Lainersport. And then tomorrow, remember this beautiful province of ours, G20. MEC just thought that he wants you to taste so that you can give a feedback, saying if the other ministers, other countries are coming in, then you should have given them feedback. You know, hospitality from the people of Mpumalanga. You've done so well for those that will be joining the panorama tour tomorrow. Please arrive, park, you bring your car at the government complex before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, because 8 o'clock, transport will be leaving. It's a lot that we want to see. You know, so, you know, if you heard about our God's window, the potholes and all that, we are inviting you tomorrow so that next time when you think of a holiday, you come back to Mpumalanga. So that is all. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Lunch will be served. Thanks a lot.